A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. People have been known to make $1 million from a single idea. And yesterday, Danny Stratford had one that he believes belongs in that class. He confided in Max. And while Max heartily approved, he cautioned him not to tell Mary. This gives us cause for concern, because when that lovable old scat starts having secrets from Mary, look out. Today, the situation in the Sanders household is the same. Mary is racking her brains for an idea to bring Jeffrey Barton, head of a large Chicago corporation, back to Sanders. Barton is seeking a factory site, and if Max could only talk to him personally, Mary is sure he could be persuaded to build in their town. This new business would be the solution to most of Mary and Max's problems. The day Barton's car skidded onto their lawn, Mary invited Barton to the house. He appeared to be a very pleasant person, and Mary did not foresee any difficulties in getting to see him. However, it's been impossible for Max to reach him since he returned to Chicago. Yesterday, Danny thought he had an idea, but so far nothing seems to have come of it. Now we're going to take you into the palatial inner offices of the famous Barton Corporation in Chicago. The first person to speak is Jeffrey Barton, the man Max is so anxious to see return to Sanders.
Miss Woodward, will you come in here, please?
Yes, Mr. Barton.
What in the devil is this doing on my desk?
That's a letter from the sheriff's office at Sanders.
I didn't ask you what it was. I can read. I know that yellow slip inside the envelope is a traffic ticket, too. Why did you leave it here?
I wanted to speak to you about it.
You mean to say that you intended to take up my time with some trivial thing like a traffic summons?
This one doesn't seem to be trivial.
Ridiculous. I didn't kill anyone. Cheated a little, perhaps, but you just have these things fixed.
I know that, Mr. Barton. I always do. But this one isn't as simple.
Of course it is. Mail him a check.
I'm afraid I can't. It says that you must appear in Sanders personally to pay a fine for reckless driving.
Miss Woodward, I'm certainly surprised at you. You've been with me for 8 years. You know how things are handled by this time.
Naturally, I do. But this is the most difficult ticket you've ever had. I phoned the sheriff at Sanders and told him we'd mail him the fine, but he refused.
Refused? Refused what? My good money?
Yes, sir.
You can't do that.
But he did. He said... Well, if you want to hear his exact words, he said, "Tell Mr. Barton to hop on his city car and be in my office at 10 sharp tomorrow."
This is the most absurd thing I ever heard. Why didn't you tell him to make the fine as high as he pleased? That would have settled things.
I took the liberty of doing that, Mr. Barton, but he told me to, skedaddle.
Skedaddle?
That's right. He said to skedaddle back and tell you that attempted bribery makes him mad.
The impudence of these small-town deputies. They try to be more important than the president.
This one seems to run the town. I even tried
Quiet, Miss Woodward. I'm thinking. Sanders. The same name as the town. That's grand. Max Sanders, call him.
Well, I was about to tell you that Mr. Shaw mentioned his name and said that he'd be able to fix the ticket.
He'll do it all right.
No, he won't. I told him. He says he hasn't any influence with Sheriff Barton.
I can't believe that. Why, this Max Sanders operates most of the interest there. Well, what do you propose to do about this?
I don't know, Mr. Barton. I'm afraid it's up to you.
All this stupid, unintelligible, preposterous...
Mr. Barton, what can I do?
Well, don't stand there as if you actually expected me to go to Sanders.
Well, if you don't, they may arrest you for contempt of court.
You can't do that to me. No whistle-stop sheriff can drag me 90 miles to appear on a traffic charge.
Well, I'll do whatever you suggest.
Philo, call Mrs. Sanders. Why, she's the one person in that idiotic town who'll have a little sense. She'll be able to fix things. There's a clever woman. I don't know human nature.
I'll phone her immediately. I presume she has the same phone number.
Probably. Call her on my phone.
Yes, Mr. Barton. Operator, will you connect me with Sanders 624? Hurry it through, please.
I wasted a good quarter hour of my time fooling around with this ticket, this nonsense. Why, I wouldn't go back to that town again on a bet.
Yes, operator, we're waiting. She's ringing them now.
Good. I'll talk to her myself.
answer it, dear.
No, don't bother, Mary. I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Sanders' residence. Who? Well, I'm Max Sanders. Won't I do? Oh, I want to speak to my wife. Well, I'm sorry, pal, but Mary's out right now.
Max.
No, I don't know when she'll be back.
Max, who are you talking to?
Well, look, pal, I'm sorry, but there's not a thing I can do for you. I know Mary couldn't either, you see. I'm positive.
If you don't tell me who...
Mary, you hear you. Well, now, I'd be glad to if I could, but you can't in this town. No, it's not. I'm on the level. What? Hey, you can't... Golly. Boy, he knew some brand new ones.
Max, Tilly, Sanders, you made me stand here and listen to you, Sid. Now you better tell me what it's all about.
Oh, gosh, honey, now listen, don't get sore.
Well, who wouldn't?
But...
Someone calls me, and you very coolly tell them I'm out.
Well, you wouldn't have wanted to speak to this guy. Boy, he used some awful language toward the end.
If I know you, he was probably justified.
What?
Come on, out with it, Max. Who are you talking to?
Jeffrey Barton.
Jeffrey Barton?
Yeah.
You, Jeffrey Barton?
Yeah, sure, the kid himself.
Oh, Max, what have you done?
Hey, now, don't look like that. No, it ain't that bad.
Why, Max, you've done something to antagonize the one man we need. The one man who could help us. Oh, Max.
Well, it was part of the idea, Mary. Danny's idea. I thought it was great, too.
Well, I gotta sit down. I doubt if I could hear anyone standing up.
Oh, sweetheart, listen, don't.
You want to tell me the rest?
Sure. Yeah, let me sit on the arm of the chair.
All right.
Yeah. Well, you see, we had to get Barton to Sanders, right?
Well, we wanted to.
Well, same thing. Okay. Well, I couldn't leave the state because of my little agreement with the DA. Right again?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Well, now, for goodness sake, tell me something I don't know.
Well, I'm coming to it. Danny knew that we wanted to see Barton at any cost. So he suggested that we get Barton arrested.
Max, have you gone crazy?
No, we got his license number from you at the garage and had Sheriff Barstow send him a summons for reckless driving. Oh, wasn't that a pip of an idea? Now, he's bound to be in Sanders tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Max, of all the stupid, unintelligible, preposterous ideas.
Do any of them words mean dumb?
All of them.
Well, now, you could be wrong, Toots. You know, I read once where it don't make no difference how you go about doing anything as long as you get it done.
I see. The end justifies the means. Is that your theory?
Yeah, that was it. That's what the book said.
Well, I don't agree. Why arrest the man at this late date? If he deserved the ticket, they should have given it to him while he was here.
Yeah, well, we didn't know we wanted him arrested then.
Oh, that makes it twice as bad. Using the law and causing a busy man like Mr. Barton all this inconvenience when he has something very important on his calendar for tomorrow. Max, I'm ashamed of you and Danny both.
Yeah, but look, Mary, he was driving fast.
I know, but...
And our corner is shot. There's a big sign that says, slow up.
Yes, but...
Yeah, and you have 2 babies now. Why, when their car skidded onto our lawn, Susan and Jimmy might have been right there in that spot.
Oh, man.
And if we let Mr. Barton just go on driving like that, why, someday something will happen.
Well, that's right. He should be reminded of bad driving.
Sure.
He might avert a tragedy.
Yeah.
Maybe save his own life.
Well, I'm glad you're looking at him the right way, Mary. And then, too, don't forget, he'll be here in Sanders.
Oh, that was a wonderful way to get him here.
Sure.
But, darling, do you realize the state of mind he'll be in?
Well, I guess he'll be a little steamed up.
A little? Max, he'll be furious. Why won't he be look at us? Didn't you think of that?
Oh, Danny and I was too busy habeas corpusing.
Well, I can see that all right, dear, but now that you've produced the body, what's the next step?
Well, you see, Toots, I thought I'd let you take care of that.
There is an assignment. Max and Danny have Jeffrey Barton burned to a crisp because he must appear in Sanders to answer a traffic violation, and they expect Mary to talk business to the man. Faith is a higher faculty than reason.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Gee, it's hot day, Casey. Here it is, only April 24th.
April 24th, the anniversary of Ethelred.
My anniversary, Casey? You know I ain't even married.
I didn't say you, Ethelbert. I said Ethelred, once King of England.
Oh, what's he famous for?
Oh, who knows? But everyone knows what Anchor Hocking is famous for. Anchor Hocking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Gentle Strangler. April, spring, around 9 o'clock in the evening. A quiet neighborhood. From one of these homes, a dignified, white-haired gentleman emerges and strolls leisurely down a tree-lined avenue. A man appears from the shadow of one of the trees and...
Pardon me? Can I beg the favor of a light?
Light?
I wish to smoke. I have a cigarette and no match.
No, certainly. My lighter.
Thank you. You are Judge Whitcomb, are you not?
Yes.
I have seen your pictures in the papers.
Well,
May I walk with you to the next corner?
if you wish.
Good evening, Judge.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Crawford.
Beautiful night.
Lovely, lovely.
Spring is finally here.
Yes,
Spring. The end of winter. The beginning.
I don't recognize you, sir. You live in this neighborhood?
No. I do not live anywhere.
I beg your pardon.
I say, I do not live.
I do not understand.
You will. Because the dead do not live.
The dead?
Yes, Judge Whitcomb. This clump of evergreens here. They are the dense. They cast deep shadows.
Why are you choking me?
You see, Judge, you do not live anymore. You do not live.
Hold it a second, guys, will you? I want to get a shot of you putting that body in the dead wagon.
Okay, Casey.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Slide him in, Jim. Let's go.
Now, Logan, how did old Judge Whitcomb get it, huh?
Oh, the captain's just been telling me you strangled Casey by a person unknown.
Strangled?
Like Assistant District Attorney Dunning got his last week.
And are you newspaper people going to make things sweet for me, Miss Williams, if I don't crack both cases in a hurry?
Well, when big shot citizens like a judge and an assistant DA aren't safe within a few minutes' walk of their own front doors, pal, there's obviously something wrong someplace.
I'm in no mood for kidding.
Who said I was kidding?
You're nuts.
Okay. When was the judge strangled?
About 9 o'clock. He started out for his usual evening walk. Shortly after he left his house, Dr. Crawford, who lived in the next block, saw him with a strange man. But except that he was a big guy, the doc can't give any description of the stranger.
Well, nothing was stolen from the judge, Casey. Apparently, the motive wasn't robbery any more than it was in the Dunning murder.
When a criminal court's judge and an assistant DA get killed within a week of each other, Logan, and are killed the same way...
Sure, it looks as though someone they sent to jail is pulling a payoff.
Oh, Dunning prosecuted an awful lot of crooks before Judge Whitcomb.
Hundreds, Miss Williams. It won't be easy to figure the particular one who killed them both.
This thing tonight at least looks like a tie-up.
Yeah, the man last seen with the judge is described as big. That's something.
Well, I'm heading downtown to check all cases Dunning prosecuted in Whitcomb's court. Then we'll see how much those somethings are.
Joe, will you take care of that lady over at the table? She wants a glass of half and half that's a third ginger ale. Oh, such people come in here, Miss Williams. They ask for the darndest things.
I'll have another glass of water, pal.
There, you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Your pretzels, Ethelbert, have given him a third.
That's the idea of having pretzels on the bar. But a thirst for water don't pay our rent or our license.
I'll tell you what. I'll come in here someday and buy a beer, Ethelbert. That is when the price comes down. Have a pretzel, Annie?
Mind if I do?
While you two are eating up the profits, what's new on them strangling cases?
Don't you read the papers?
Sure I do. And I think it's a crying shame the way they're all picking on Captain Logan. You and Miss Williams told me he ain't got a single clue to work on outside of the idea that Dunning and Judge Whitcomb was killed by the same man.
Yeah, well, that idea is beginning to pay off now, Ethelbert. Logan made an arrest this evening.
He did?
Yep.
It looks as though he has the right man.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, about 8 years ago, Lloyd Dunning prosecuted a crook named Rankin before Judge Whitcomb on a burglary charge. He got a conviction. And the judge gave Rankin the limit. Rankin claimed he'd had a raw deal, made a lot of big threats.
He was released from prison just a week before Dunning was strangled. He's a big man, and he has no alibi for the times when the killings took place.
Have another pretzel.
Thanks.
A little more water, Ethelbert.
For both of us.
You know that water's on a meter, don't you? This is becoming an outright swindle.
Hey, you better fill the pretzel bowl up, too. We're touching bottom down here.
Okay, but... Oh, excuse me, there's the bar phone.
His pretzels were saved by the bell, Annie.
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Yeah, he's right here. Your city editor, Casey.
All right, give me it.
Take it.
Hello, Bert. Wait a minute. Oh, now, Bert. Well, okay, all right, I got a pencil ready. Go ahead, shoot. Alleyway on Market Street, just south of 12th. I got it. Huh? What's happened there? What? We're on our way, Bert, right now.
What is it, Casey?
Another strangling, Annie.
Another?
The detective got it this time, and Rankin didn't do the job. He's locked up in jail.
That corpse was Barney Lennon, Casey. One of my homicide guys and one of the best.
Yes, he was a swell cop, Logan. Swell guy, too. Now, this strangler must be an awfully strong guy. Barney was no pushover.
Well, the strangler must have gotten him unaware.
He must have.
You know, Barney Lennon must have arrested the man whom Dunning prosecuted and Judge Whitcomb sentenced.
Oh, maybe these three stranglings are wholly unrelated. Maybe we're dealing with a maniac.
Well, the killer may be a maniac, Logan, but it's stretching that long arm of coincidence too far to believe that these three jobs are unrelated.
Yes, 3 law enforcement officers in the same way and within 3 weeks.
Yeah. A job a week. The killer may give us proof of relationship, Logan. Next week.
Look, Mr. Candido, never have I offered anyone such a bargain in my shop. An almost new speed graphic camera with a double plasma 12.
Jake, I need another camera like you need 12 toes.
And sell one of your old ones. I'll make you a trade. If I lose money, so
If you lost money on a deal, so it'd be a miracle. I'm trading no cameras today.
You know, hey, a man can only try, you know.
Send out that stuff I ordered first thing in the morning, will you?
For you, Mr. Candido, I'll have it delivered as soon as I open the shop.
And don't forget, I need those photo folders especially.
You'll get them. The new business is doing good, huh?
I can't complain.
When I think of you running a photographic studio that specializes in taking pictures of little children, I got to laugh. You who used to be a press photographer taking shots of fires and accidents and political conventions.
It was those conventions that made me decide to leave the newspaper business. Good night, Jake.
Well, I'll take you to the door, then I'm going to lock up and go home myself. There wouldn't be any more business tonight.
That big guy looking in your window may be a customer.
Dan, don't be crazy. He's just a window shopper. I can always tell. Well, good night, Mr. Candido.
Night, Jake. And don't forget that early delivery.
First thing in the morning, you'll get it. I got it all written down.
Nice cameras you have in your window.
The best that money can buy, mister.
I'd like to buy one.
You like it? Say so. A man could be wrong.
I beg your pardon?
I was just saying to my last customer that you was only a window shopper. I was going to close up. Oh, come on in.
Thank you. You are the proprietor of this?
Me. Now, what kind of camera can I show you?
Do you keep other things besides cameras?
Anything for taking pictures, I got it.
Where? This store is so small.
I got a big stock room in front.
Before I select a new camera, I had in mind an enlarger.
Well, I got that big stuff in back. Now, what size do you want? Now, bring it out.
To save you the trouble, suppose I go with you and look.
Okay, this way. And what a bargain I can give you. Like none you ever had before in your life. If it's a 4x5 you want, I got an old condenser. And if it's a 5.7, I got an only projection that would make your head...
only you I want. Only you I want. Only you.
Strangling fools were dealing with a madman, Casey. This Jake Blumberg had nothing to do with the law. He simply ran a little camera shop.
Jake once had something to do with law enforcement, Logan.
Yeah?
What, Casey?
He was a star witness, Annie, in a murder case.
Hey, I remember now.
Yeah, I thought you would, pal.
It was his testimony that got that Ivanov girl a death sentence.
Mm-hmm. You remember the rest?
Barney Lennon arrested her. Dunning prosecuted her. Judge Whitcomb sentenced her.
Right.
Casey.
Yeah. I'm the guy who dug up the evidence against her. I must be next on the Strangler's list.
With present living costs what they are, Fire King Oven Glass is doubly welcome. One, because Fire King Oven Glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the world's largest makers of household glass, its cost is incredibly low, and each piece is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Two, Fire King Oven Glass lets you make delicious, healthful meals out of leftovers of all kinds and out of inexpensive ingredients. And foods baked in Fire King Oven Glass inside the oven retain all their precious vitamins and delicious flavor. So ask for Fire King Oven Glass by name at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department store. Beautiful, practical, inexpensive Fire King Oven Glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Come on now, talk, Casey. Tell me about this Ivanov case.
Well, okay, Annie. It was before you came to work on the paper.
1939 or 40.
It's 39, Logan. The war just started in Europe.
Yeah.
Well, a gal named Irene Ivanov was suspected of poisoning some guy. She handed him a poisoned cocktail
But,
one night.
Casey, what did you have to do with this case?
Casey discovered that Irene Ivanov had bought the poison at Jake Blumberg's camera shop in the form of a chemical used in developing photographs. Now, he got Jake to identify her, and that convinced the jury.
Assistant District Attorney Dunning, Barney Lennon, and I were able to show that the Ivanov dame never even snapped a camera shutter in her life and had no legitimate use for photographic supply.
Before Judge Whitcomb could sentence her, she committed suicide.
Suicide?
Yep. Got hold of a razor blade in jail and cut her wrist. When her mother heard the news, she had a fatal heart attack, and they were buried together. Now, this Irene was an only child.
But, Casey, how does the Strangler tie in with this? You say the Ivanov girl was an only child, and that she and her mother are dead.
Mm-hmm.
What about the father?
Before the murder, he had gone back to Russia, Annie. The Soviet government, with a war headed its way, kept him over there.
When he heard what had happened to his wife and daughter, Miss Williams, the poor fellow had to be put in a madhouse.
Well, you think he's been released and is back in this country?
Yeah, it's possible.
After what's happened, I'd say it's probable.
Oh. Well, then all you have to do is to find him
Miss
and...
Williams, how do you find a man you've never seen and who has no criminal record?
Now, the only thing I can remember, even being said about him, Logan, in a descriptive way, I mean, was that he was a big and a gentle guy.
I don't remember the gentle part, but his bigness clicked with me as soon as you mentioned the Ivanov case.
Did anybody see a big guy come into this camera shop before Jake was killed?
I don't know, but the last sale he made before he was killed was for stuff to be delivered to a Mr. P. Candido.
Candido?
Yeah, here's his order book with the name and address.
Hey, that's Pat Candido.
Pat?
Sure, Pat Candido. You know him, Logan. He used to be an... On the news.
Yeah.
And if Pat happened to see that big guy...
It's been his business to notice things.
Come on, we're calling on Candido right away.
The medical examiner says that Jake was killed at about 7:30, Candido. You say you left his shop at about that time?
Yes, Jake said he was closing up his place and going home. But I saw someone go in right after I left.
What did he look like, Pat?
He was big, Casey. That's all I can tell you about him.
Oh, you got to tell us more than that, fella. That guy was Jake's murderer. Now think. Come on.
I've been thinking. He was just a big guy I saw looking in a window and never expected to see again.
And you were supposed to be a hot press photographer before you got soft and went into the baby picture racket. You were supposed to have a nose for news.
Oh, was my nose supposed to tell me he was going to commit a murder?
Oh, I'm sorry, Pat.
I'm sorry I let you down, Casey, but I just don't remember. Wait a minute. That big guy has eyes like a baby's.
Like a bit. What do you mean?
I take pictures of young kids all day, and, well, the babies, the infants, their eyes are different. They seldom focus when they look at you. They seem to look through you and all around you and not at you.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Pat, but that isn't much help. But the best you can do for us, huh?
That's all I can do for you.
Yeah, well, thanks, pal. At least more than we had before.
Well, now, that isn't enough to give Casey warning of a man who undoubtedly intends to strangle him next week. Now, what are you going to do about that, Captain Logan?
Don't worry, Miss Williams. Casey won't be alone any moment of the day or night from now on.
Huh? What do you mean I won't be alone?
Well, I'm not particularly concerned about your skin. And I want to catch a murderer in your bait. Wherever you go and whatever you do, a cop will be right beside you.
I feel like a 2-year-old kid that isn't allowed out without his nursemaid. It's bad enough in the daytime, but when I have to look at one of you cops in my own apartment at night here...
I don't like it any better than you do, Casey. If you're a pleasant company, it wouldn't be so bad, but you do nothing but gripe.
Well, I'm sorry, Mac. Would you like a drink?
I would, yeah. But if I touched a drop and the captain found it out, I'd be back to pavement pounding in a uniform. When he gives orders to guard a guy, he means you don't do it with liquor under your belt.
That isn't even any sociability with you, Lugs.
Well, you ought to be glad we're on our toes. You know, Casey, it's just a week ago tonight since Jake Blumberg was knocked off. And you're next.
I could handle that strangler by myself. I'm not anemic, you know.
You don't know the guy, Casey.
Wonder if Ivanov has a Russian accent.
No, it isn't likely. He was brought to this country as a kid and lived here most of his life.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's almost midnight, Mac.
Yeah.
Start work tomorrow on the 8 a.m. shift, so I might as well hit the sack again.
Yeah, I'll be able to do a little sleeping myself tonight. Hope my relief shows up at 12 sharp.
Who is your relief tonight?
Oh, some guy named Norris. I don't know him. He's a uniformed cop from the precinct house.
A uniformed cop?
Yeah, Detective Bureau hasn't enough men to do all this work right now, Casey. We homicide guys especially have more than we can do.
I know that.
Of course, a plain clothes guy like me will pick you up in the morning.
That'll be something I'll look forward to.
Yeah.
Well, I hope Patrolman Norris won't mind a little fancy snoring. Well, I'm going to change into my pajamas.
All right, this is the place, Norris. Casey's apartment, 3B.
Thanks for giving me a lift here, Lieutenant.
It's all right, I was going this way. Now, remember your instructions, lad. No sleeping on this job. Keep your eyes open and your ears working. Anything happened to Casey while you're on duty, it'll be too bad for you. And if you're lucky enough to nab the strangler, you can store away that uniform and get yourself a detective shield.
I'll be on the job, sir.
All right, you find a drive-it-yourself elevator back of the lobby stairs. Good night, Norris.
Night, Lieutenant.
Good evening, officer.
Evening.
Going to Mr. Casey's apartment.
Who wants to know?
I'm a friend of his. Just left him. The detective with him said he was expecting his relief.
Oh, I see.
Here's the elevator. I just got out of it. Press number 3 button there.
Oh, thanks.
You went to sleep nice and quiet, officer. Hardly a sound. Now I'll take you to the roof and tie you up. You're big like me. Your uniform will fit me fine.
That relief cop is over 5 minutes late already, Casey.
Well, you're actually off duty now, Mac. How about that nightcap?
No, thanks. Not till the guy gets here.
Here I'm all ready to hit the beauty rest, and you keep me up because I only give you a little hospitality before you shove off. Well, there's your relief.
No,
I'll get him.
Yep. Keep away from that door, Casey.
What do you mean?
It just might be the bird I'm guarding you against.
Oh, nuts.
Who's there?
Officer Norris, 23rd Precinct.
Okay, just a minute.
Top of the list.
One of our best sticks on the safe and law squad stutters.
Yeah, I know him.
All right, come in, Norris.
Thanks. I'm your relief.
Yeah, and a late relief.
I'm sorry, it couldn't be helped.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, too. All right, give me that nightcap, Casey, and I'll get out of here.
Okay, Mac. How about you, Norris?
No, thank you.
I guess you know your orders.
Yes.
You know, I never run into you before, Norris. My name's McAvoy.
Nice to know you.
I'm Casey.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Here's your poison, Mac.
Oh, thanks, Casey. Well, here's how.
How?
Well, I'm heading for home now. You lock the door when I go out, Norris, and take care of this lug Casey.
I'll take care of him.
You'll find me pain in the neck, but you'll have to stand for that. Sock him if he gripes too much and put him to sleep.
I may do that.
Come on, get out of here, Mac.
Yeah, I'm on the way, Casey. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Now, I'll lock the door.
I'm going to bed, Norris. There's a lot of magazines on that table for you to read if you want. The books and the case and this bottle. Help yourself to all of them.
Thanks very much.
You got a long, dreary night ahead of you.
All nights are long.
Well, I'd hate to have your job, sitting up guarding a guy that snores.
Maybe you won't snore tonight.
You're an optimist. Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Say,
Yes?
how did a guy like you ever decide to be a cop?
It was a means to an end.
What end? Excuse me, I'm getting kind of personal on such short acquaintance, but you seem such a gentle sort of fellow that Gentle?
Why do you look at me like that, Mr. Casey?
It's sizing you up.
How do you size me up?
Okay. You're okay. Think I'll have a nightcap.
I prescribe it.
Sure you won't join me?
No, thank you. Detective McAvoy should be out of the building now. Well on his way home, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think so, too. And since we won't be disturbed...
No, you don't! My eyes! The whiskey! Yeah. I've got a full glass right in them. I even off.
I've got my hands on you now. You'll die like the others who killed my daughter.
Hey, you move so quick. But you're not going to strangle
I can
me.
see. Again, I have a gun.
You won't use it, though. How was that precise? Now try this on your whiskers. Boy, if you'd ever really gotten those big mitts of yours around my neck. Hello, headquarters. Give me Captain Logan, will you? He isn't in, huh? Well, when he comes in, tell him Casey called. And to send a wagon up to my joint for the Strangler. Yeah, he's sleeping right now in my apartment, and I'm afraid I'll wake him up if I start to snore. Oh, wait a minute. Give Logan another message for me. Tell him my opinion of his idea about having me guarded is phooey.
Breakfast time tomorrow morning is a long way off, and that makes breakfast just about the most important meal of the day. Now, when I was a small boy, breakfast was an exciting experience. On my grandmother's table, there was always a great plate of hot golden brown toast and at least a half dozen different jellies, jams, and preserves to add zest and sparkle to those good old-fashioned breakfasts. Now, that's one reason we're so glad tonight to salute the Preserve Industry Council of America for its magnificent campaign to brighten up the breakfast toast with mouth-watering strawberry and apricot, sweet, tart orange marmalade and blackberry jam, fragrant apple butter and currant jelly. Why, how much more inviting they can make your breakfast table. They whet young appetites, provide quick energy to see you through the day. Practically all preserves come to you today in crystal clear sanitary glass containers. Anchor glass containers and modern anchor hocking sealing methods not only protect these superb products of tree and bush and vine more perfectly than any methods known to our grandparents, but they also provide a stimulating, colorful rainbow on the table. Always serve a variety of jams, jellies, and preserves at breakfast. Anchor glass containers and easy-to-remove anchor caps are both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
But, Casey, how did you get wise to that Ivanov guy in the cop's uniform?
His eyes were like a baby's, Ethelbert. They didn't focus.
The eyes of mad people are often like that.
Yeah. And Ivanov is as crazy as they come, poor devil. He's going to spend the rest of his life in a nut house. Of course, those funny-eyed Pat Candido noticed. Put me on guard, you see. I filled that whiskey glass just in case. I wasn't going to take any chances.
Ivanov had the cop's revolver, Ethelbert, in case he couldn't take chances.
Right.
How'd you find the cop whose uniform Ivanov had taken?
He was on the roof, tied up and gagged. Otherwise, he was okay.
Ivanov had been listening outside Casey's door. He heard the name of the cop that was to relieve McAvoy, and that McAvoy didn't know him personally. So he just put poor Norris to sleep and took his place.
Seems to me that for a crazy guy, he went about his strangling business in a pretty smart way.
Well, insane people often have a very sane side, pal.
And vice versa.
Why look at me?
I wasn't looking at you, Casey. I was looking at that pretzel bowl.
Oh. Well, don't just look at it.
It's empty again. Fill it up.
Yeah. And Ethelbert.
I know. 2 more glasses of water.
Yeah. And cold this time.
Crime Photographer, starring South Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation and is directed by John Dean. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. So stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in your favorite radio program, Crime Photographer, 1 hour earlier. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Hearses don't hurry. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Ah, you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Hearses Don't Hurry by Stephen Ransom. The very exciting story of a cleanup campaign that was messed up by murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. The city was small and clean and comfortable. Seen from a train window, it looked like many another American city. But something new had been added to this one that could not be seen from a train window. It was Christopher Chance, young special prosecutor, who's been appointed by the governor to investigate corruption in the office of Anthony Pierce, the district attorney. It was early evening when Christopher Chance left the courthouse after a long conference with his friend and political benefactor, Judge Rossiter. Main Street was deserted, and so was the little side street, 2 blocks away where his office was located. He walked slowly, but as he was about to step into the lobby of the small building, he turned just in time.
Kid!
I'm all right, Lee.
Oh, I heard shots. Are you sure? You're not hurt?
Not a scratch, Sally.
Oh, thank heavens. I've been so worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about. Those gangsters had no intention of killing me.
But they shot at you.
The strategy of terror, Lee, a la Tony Pierce. Let's go upstairs to the office.
He'll do anything to make you resign now, won't he?
I'm afraid so. Maybe I'm getting a lot closer to his neck than I think.
I'd give anything to see this case closed. You don't know what it's doing to me, Kit.
It hasn't made you less beautiful, sweetheart.
Don't forget, Mr. Chance. I'm still only your secretary.
From 9 to 5.
And from 5 to 9. You've got a big job to do.
Is that why you're still here at 7 o'clock? Because you're only my secretary?
I was cleaning my typewriter.
Mm-hmm.
I bought this bottle of cleaning fluid this afternoon, and I thought... Well, I didn't know how long you were going to be with Judge Rossiter.
Uh-huh.
I'm serious, Kit. What did he want?
I've got to bring Tony Pierce to trial in 2 days.
You can't.
I've got to. I've been on this job for 3 months, and the governor wants action.
Oh. Are you sure it's the governor?
What do you mean?
It could be the judge for the sake of his daughter.
What's Diane got to do with my case against Tony Pierce?
Nothing. But she would like to be Mrs. Christopher Chance.
You're not making sense, Lee.
Well, you and Diane were pretty thick before you got the appointment and hired me.
Oh, look, dear, I've known Diane since we were pups. We were good friends, that's all.
Kit, wasn't it Judge Rossiter who got you this appointment?
Yes.
Why did he pick you?
Because he thought I could do the job.
Are you sure Diane didn't put him up to it?
Well, suppose she did.
This golden opportunity, the magic carpet of a political career. Make good and you can go anywhere.
All right.
She wanted you to have it because she wanted you. But now I think she's out to break your political neck.
You don't know Diane.
She's very sweet, dear. But why is her father putting the pressure on you? He knows you're not ready to bring Tony Pierce to trial.
I told him I have 18 witnesses who are ready to testify. Tony framed charges against them and settled for cash. He thinks that's enough.
Did you tell him that Tony never took that money in person?
Yeah. I even told him about Hope Schuyler, the mysterious lady who can't be found.
Whom nobody even saw.
He's got the whole story, Lee.
About the abandoned warehouse on River Street, too? Where the money was left in envelopes addressed to Hope Schuyler?
Yeah.
And still he wants you to be ready for trial in 2 days. Don't you think he realizes you have no case without Hope Schuyler?
I'm not going to believe that Diane is knifing me.
Well, suit yourself. I won't say another word.
You don't seem to understand. These people wouldn't put me on the spot. They're the oldest friends I have. They...
Hello? Special prosecutor's office.
Is Mr. Chance there?
Yes, he's here. Who's calling?
Skeets Nally.
Just a minute. It's for you, Kit. Skeets Nally.
No. Hello, Skeets. Where are you?
I'm in a phone booth across the road from Art Gurney's flying school. There's a gas station here.
Yes, I know. What's new?
Plenty. The biggest break so far. But I ain't talking unless you're alone.
All right, hold on a minute. I'll take this inside, Lee. Go ahead, Skeet.
Listen, I got the dope on Hope Schuyler.
What?
Yeah, I figured that she and that Tony Pierce guy must have been like mashed potatoes, so I done a little snooping.
Go on.
Well, he's got a cabin in the woods near Bedminster, about 100 miles from our town. Some of the folks up there remember seeing Tony Pierce driving through.
What about Hope Schuyler?
She used to get there by plane.
Did anybody see her?
No, but lots of folks saw the plane. And what do you know, boss? There's a very small landing field right near the cabin. Very, very private.
How do you know there's a woman in that plane?
I checked the cabin, that's how I know. It's called Lark Lodge, and there was a woman's dressing gown in one of the closets.
Great. Does that prove she was Hope Schuyler?
The plane that dame was using came out of the Art Gurney Flying School.
How do you know?
Because I seen it. It's a two-seating job with the initials, HS, painted on the side.
Well.
I got a break, see, when the two Gurneys, Art and his wife Phyllis, went up for a little stratosphere. They left the hangar door open. So what was I going to do?
You did fine, Skeets. Stay where you are. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
Okay.
I guess the Gurney should be able to give us a good description of Hope Schuyler. See you later, pal. Lee, darling. Lee, come on in. Lee, we cracked the case. We've got... Lee. Chloroform. Operator, get me police headquarters right away. I want to report a kidnapping.
Hey, Mr. Chan.
Skeets.
You was going to meet me in 15 minutes. I waited 2 hours. Then I tried to get you on the phone.
Lee Dale's been kidnapped.
The Gurneys came down from their flying... Huh? What did you say?
Right out of my office while I was in the next room talking to you. Chloroform and carried out.
Wow. Somebody took an awful chance.
I've been scouring the town with the police. Every joint from the warehouse on River Street to the back rooms of the pool parlors.
Tony Pierce got this job done. And if you ask me...
I thought of Lark Lodge, too.
Did you tell the cops?
No, not yet.
Well, I don't get it.
I've got to be sure she's there before I do anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm expecting a phone call. That's why I came back to the office.
Who's going to call you?
One of Tony Pierce's gangsters. And I can tell you exactly what he'll say.
Yeah?
Resign as special prosecutor and kill the evidence you've got, or you'll never see Lee Dale alive again.
Suppose that happens. What'll you do?
I don't know.
Would you quit?
I said I don't know.
Okay, so you'll quit. Just when we've gotten Tony Pierce and Hope Schuyler.
Hello?
Kid?
Oh, Lee, darling, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Just a minute. Skeet.
I know. You want me to trace?
Make it snappy. Lee, tell me what happened. How?
I can't.
What was it, Tony Pierce?
I haven't seen him. Kid, I've got something to tell you.
Naturally.
These men want you to quit.
Yes?
They say that if you don't quit, they'll kill me.
I expected it, darling. I don't want anything to happen to you. Tell them
No, Kid, I don't want you to resign. I don't. Kid, listen to me. I don't care what they do to me. I don't want you to...
Lee. Skeet.
I just got it, boss. The number's Bedminster 942.
Lark Lodge.
That's what the operator said, Mr. Chance. Are we going now, or are you still quitting?
We're going.
There it is, boss. Lark Lodge. And there's somebody home.
Yes.
We should have took the cops along, Mr. Chance. Okay, so you didn't want no shooting, but what about us? We ain't even got guns.
Shh. We're going right in.
What? Oh, it's a special prosecutor. Come in, won't you? And next time, don't bother to knock.
Where is she, Pierce?
Where's who, Mr. Special Prosecutor?
Lee Dale.
Lee Dale. Oh, yes, your charming secretary. Has she given you the wind?
All right, Skeet, search the house.
That's easy. There's only 3 rolls.
Excuse me, Mr. Special Prosecutor. I don't want to be picayune, but have you a warrant?
Go ahead, Skeet.
I'm afraid I'll have to say no.
Hey, he's loaded.
We backwoodsmen always insist on our rights. We don't like intruders who break in without warrants.
Listen, Pierce, I'm not only going to send you to jail as a crook, I'm also going to send you to jail as a kidnapper.
Really? Well, this is serious.
But if you'd rather go to the chair as a murderer, put a bullet in my back because I'm going to search this house myself.
You don't have to, kid.
What on earth?
Hey,
Diane. I guess I won't need this gun now. You can search the place if you still want to. Diane Rossiter.
I'm sorry about this, kid. I didn't think that Tony and I would ever be found out.
Where's Lee Dale?
My father mustn't know. It would kill him. He must never find out.
Just tell me where I can find Lee Dale.
I don't know.
You're lying.
I haven't seen her since this morning.
She was here. She phoned me from here. Skeets traced the call.
I haven't seen her since this morning, Kit.
Where's she been moved to?
I...
All right, if that's how you want it. But listen to me, and you too, Pierce. You've given me my case. I can drag Hope Schuyler into court now.
You're wrong, Kit. I'm not Hope Schuyler.
But I'll forget the whole thing if Lee's in her apartment by the time Skeets and I get back to town.
Does that mean that you're going to resign?
That you've got exactly 3 hours. Come on, Skeets.
Kit?
Leave him alone, Diane. He knows what he's doing.
But Tony...
It's a great sacrifice. I told him once that hearses don't hurry. The grave always waits. It's too bad, Mr. Special Prosecutor. We had to dig such a deep one for you.
What's the time, Mr. Chance?
About 2:30.
Yeah. It's been a great day for the grave diggers. Mind if I turn on the radio? Feel like some slumber music.
Steve, I just can't get it through my head about Diane. She's Hope Schuyler.
Yeah.
A partner of that cheap, chiseling crook. A girl I've known practically all my life.
Yeah, but that ain't no reason to quit.
She's Judge Rossiter's daughter. Skeets, have you any idea what that man did for me?
He got you appointed special prosecutor.
He lent me money to go to law school with. Then he set me up in practice. How can I show up his own daughter as
It ain't easy, boss. But in this world, the guy's got to be practical. Friendship, okay. But when you got a chance to go places, you got to.
We interrupt the early morning recital of organ music by Al Finelli to bring you the latest developments in the flying school murder.
Hey, what's that?
The police are now satisfied that Art Gurney, who operated the school in Landing Field with his wife Phyllis, was shot and killed sometime between 10 and 11 o'clock last night.
Did you hear that, Art Gurney?
All indications point to a woman as the murderer. Phyllis Gurney, the murdered man's wife, has disappeared, and several motorists have come forth with information that a small, unidentified plane took off from the field at about the time Art Gurney was believed to have been killed. Several of these witnesses insist that the person at the controls was a woman. But when asked for a description,
Put it off, Steve.
they were not able to...
Now, you can't quit, boss. It's murder.
Between 10 and 11 o'clock last night.
Them two people was the only ones who could have told us what Hope Schuyler looked like. Now one of them's dead. Hey, what's the idea of turning off the road?
We're going to the Gurney Field. I want you to see if Hope Schuyler's plane is missing.
Sure, but I can tell you right now. Look, Mr. Chance, does that girl Diana Rossiter know how to fly?
She has a license.
Okay. I go where you go, but between you and me, I'd rather go home. There's the hangar, boss. Door's open. Hey, you have to run so fast. Hey, better save my breath, huh? I'll need it. The future.
All right, Skeet.
Phew.
Where's the light switch?
Should be, right about here. I got it.
What color was it, Skeet?
Yellow.
Two-seater?
Yeah, and initials HS on the side.
There's a yellow plane.
Now, that ain't it, Mr. Chance. That's a single. Hope's got a plane ain't here.
Well...
You know, we wasn't made right. 2 lunch ain't enough.
Now, let's go, Skeet. I'll drive you home, and I'll stop off at Lee's apartment. And she'd better be there. Lee.
Kid. Oh, Kid. Oh, please. Not all at once.
Oh, darling.
Don't you think we ought to close the door?
Oh, all right. Oh, you don't know what looking at you does to me.
I'm a little glad to see you myself. Let's sit down.
They didn't hurt you.
Kid, they let me go. They drove me to the door downstairs. They even let me see their faces. Why, Kid?
I'm resigning.
No.
I've got to, Lee. Tony Pierce hit me twice tonight. Once with you and
I'm
once...
not letting you quit. I don't care what kind of a bargain you made with Tony Pierce about me. You don't have to keep it. He's a thief.
There's more to it than that. Diane Rossiter is Hope Schuyler.
What?
There's no doubt about it. If I bring Tony to trial, I'll have to prosecute Diane for murder.
Murder?
What's the use? I should have known I wasn't cut out for big things. I'm too sentimental.
Who was murdered, Kid?
Art Gurney. He ran the flying school up.
Yes, I've seen it. But why him?
Look, dear, you've had a pretty eventful night. I'll tell you the whole story at the office tomorrow.
You're going to tell me now. Why Diane Rossiter is so important that you've got to protect her.
I'm not protecting her, Lee. It's her... Well, who can that be at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, probably a wrong number. Don't move. I'll be back. Hello? Yes, speaking. Who? Oh. I just got in a few minutes ago. What? I see. Yes. Where can I reach you about 10 o'clock? Uh-huh. All right, phone me in the morning. No, here. I'll tell you where I can meet you. Yes. Goodbye.
Who was it, Lee?
What?
Something the matter?
The matter? No. No, of course not. That was a friend of mine. She's at a party and she... It's nothing important.
Nice people. Well, see you at the office.
Yes.
I'm going to be a little late. I got some business with Judge Rossiter first.
All right, kid. I'll see you whenever you get there. Oh.
When did you return to the fold?
Kid, please.
Yeah. Tell Judge Rossiter I'd like to see him.
Kid, I tried to get you on the phone a few minutes ago.
I'd like to speak to your father, Diane.
He's at the courthouse. He left early this morning.
All right. I'll speak to him then.
Wait.
What for?
I want you to give me a chance to explain about last night.
Some other time.
No. You're not leaving here until you've let me explain.
Now, look, Diane.
Don't be a fool, kid. I'm not Hope Schuyler. I hate the living sight of Tony Pierce.
Sure.
You've got to believe me. I went a little crazy yesterday. I saw Lee Dale in the morning. She told me that you were going to be married.
She told you?
I stopped thinking. Oh, kid, I've been in love with you for years. I've never shown it, but I hoped it. And then that girl, in less than 3 months...
Now, what's that got to do with Tony Pierce?
I hated you, kid. I wanted to hurt you. Anything, so long as it would destroy you.
What about that crook, Diane?
There was only one way. Your career. I knew you would never finish the case against Tony if it meant disgracing my father. So I called Tony, and I told him that I would be willing to let you suspect me of being Hope Schuyler. And I told him why.
But last night at Lock Lodge, you denied it.
I lost my nerve. I realized what a vicious thing I was doing. And then when you asked Tony and me about Lee Dale...
You knew she'd been kidnapped.
No. No, all I knew was that Tony was sure you'd come there. I didn't know why.
Yeah.
You don't believe me?
How did you get up to the lodge?
In Tony's car. He called me a few minutes before 8 and asked me to meet him near the lots.
What about your plane?
My what?
The one you stored at the Gurney Flying Field.
Kid, you know I've never owned a plane.
Do I?
I have a pilot's license, but... What are you talking about?
The Art Gurney murder.
I heard about it on the radio.
The plane that took off between 10 and 11 and never came back belongs to Hope Schuyler.
Oh.
Art Gurney was killed between 10 and 11 last night.
And you think that I...
You've got nothing to worry about. I won't tell a soul.
Kid, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. And it's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my head yesterday, if I hadn't been so selfish and stupid and cheap... Oh, kid, forgive me, please. Forgive me. You don't know what it means to be in love with someone who doesn't love you. I didn't realize what I was doing.
Hey, you'd better answer that phone, Diane. It might be your boyfriend.
I can't.
All right. Then I'll answer it. Hello.
Is it you, Mr. Chance?
What's the matter, Skeets?
I've been trying to get you all over town. Your apartment, the office, no answer, no place. So I figured
What do you want?
Listen, I spotted that Phyllis Gurney dame. She was driving right through the middle of town.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, listen, will you? So I get in the cab and I follow her. Guess where she went?
Skeets, in case you've forgotten, I'm resigning.
Yeah, I know. She went right to that old warehouse on River Street.
What?
You know, the place where Hope Schuyler used to pick up the sucker dough for Tony Pierce?
Where are you now?
I'm in a phone booth a couple of blocks away, the ferry station.
Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
That's how I figured, boss. What's this dame want in this warehouse?
Get out, Skeets.
See? Sure. And then it hits me. Tony Pierce collected a lot of dough from those suckers he claimed, but it don't show up in his bank books. And you checked all the safety boxes in town, so where's the dough?
Is that our car over there?
Yeah. Hey, that came from inside the warehouse.
Come on. It's locked. We'll have to break it down.
I'm ready.
All right. Again. Once
Shoot.
more.
Yeah, that's it. Now. What's that?
A car, Skeets. The back of the warehouse. It's gone.
Must have been parked in that open lot. Whoever was here with Phyllis Gurney got out through this open window.
Maybe it was Phyllis. Let's look around. That storage room over there.
But a car's out front. Hey, there's a light in that room. Looks like something's on the floor. Burning.
Come on.
There's more than a light. There's...
Step on the rag, quick.
She looks dead to me, boss.
She is.
First the husband gets knocked off, now it's Phyllis. Maybe I was wrong about her coming here for... Hey, I smell cleaning stuff.
Her dress is saturated with its skeets.
You mean that burning rag was meant to... Holy mackerel. Somebody was out to do a good job, huh?
But didn't have time to finish it. The killer even forgot to take the empty bottle.
What are you holding her like that for, by the top of the neck?
Maybe fingerprints. You stay here, Skeets. I'm going to put this bottle in my car. Then I'm going to make a couple of phone calls. One of them to the police.
Oh, he's just come in, Judge Rossiter. I'm sorry I bothered you. Goodbye. Kid, where have you been? I surely thought you'd gone to resign.
There's no hurry, Lee. I can do that an hour from now.
You're not going to do it at all. Kid, you must listen.
Where were you about 40 minutes ago?
Where?
I called you here at the office several times. There's no answer.
I was downstairs looking for the super. I forgot my keys and he had...
I noticed your car downstairs.
What's the matter with you? I always leave my ignition key at the garage. I have my car delivered every morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's been another murder.
Oh? Who?
Phyllis Gurney.
Good heavens. When?
About an hour ago. Well, I guess I'd better get cleaned up if I'm going to see Judge Rossiter.
You're not resigning, Kit.
I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it, Lee. Where's that bottle of cleaning fluid you bought yesterday?
Listen to me, please.
It was standing right there in your desk when I came in last night. You were using it to clean up your typewriter.
That's not important now. Don't you realize what's going to happen to you? You'll be called a failure.
Look, honey, I want to get these grease spots out of my coat. Will you get me that cleaning fluid?
Kit, don't I mean anything to you? Have you been just talking to me about love?
Lee, haven't you got that bottle?
Yes, I have it, if that's all you care about. It's in the closet where I put it. You'll worry about grease spots, but I can talk myself sick. Here's the bottle of cleaning fluid. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks. I spoke to Tony Pierce on the phone before I came back here.
Of course. You're his buddy now.
He is at Lock Lodge.
I'm not interested.
He couldn't have been in town this morning and gotten back to the lodge so fast. I know he didn't fly. Say, did you screw this cap on yourself?
Yes.
You must have hidden strength. Or would this be a new bottle that had never been opened before?
What do you mean?
Would you like to make the rounds of the hardware and department stores with me? There aren't too many in this town.
I'd like to know what you meant by that, Kit.
All right. You're Hope Schuyler.
What? Have you gone out of your mind?
You weren't kidnapped last night. You just walked out after you listened in on my conversation with Skeets. Isn't that right?
No.
You heard him tell me about Lark Lodge, the Gurneys, and the plane that Hope Schuyler used. So you decided to get rid of the Gurneys.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You had chloroform, and you left the odor of it in this room. Then you got in touch with Tony and told him what Skeets had found out.
Oh, for pity's sake.
The rest was Operation Frame It. You flew to Lark Lodge and phoned me. You know I'd have the call traced. In the meantime, Tony was getting Diane ready for her grand entrance. You deliberately told her that you and I were going to be married. You knew how she'd react.
You wanted to marry me, didn't you, Kit?
Yes. But you never said you would to me. There's a good reason, wasn't there? You're already married to Tony Pierce.
What?
I found his marriage certificate in the bottom drawer of your dresser. Anthony Pierce, Hope Schuyler. Just 1 week before you came to work for me. A wedding performed by a justice of the peace upstate. Big secret.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Oh. Is that the gun that killed 2 Gurneys?
Mm-hmm. 2 Gurneys and 1 special prosecutor.
Lee, didn't you notice I left the door open when I came in?
You what?
Now, why do you suppose I did that? To create a draft? Oh. We have a peculiar police department in this town. It likes to be in on everything. There's only one place in the world that feels like home. The old Rossiter living room.
I'm glad you still think so, Kid.
It's all over, Diane. Lee confessed. Tony confessed. They're going to be tried for murder, and I'm prosecuting.
But Tony didn't commit murder.
Well, he certainly did. Lee did the shooting, but Tony helped her plan it.
Kid, what made you suspect Lee?
Up to this morning.
A bottle. The fact she didn't answer the phone at the office.
That's all?
That's all a fellow needs, honey, to start thinking. After that, I remembered everything. How things began to move after Skeets phoned me about Hope Schuyler. Then the mysterious phone call Lee got at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Who was it, really?
Phyllis Gurney. You see, Tony and Lee had been paying the Gurneys to keep quiet about Hope Schuyler. But when Art Gurney was murdered, Phyllis decided it would take a lot of money to compensate her. $100,000.
Well, we all do foolish things sometimes.
Diane, would you do me a favor?
Of course.
After we're married, if I ever look at another woman, will
Don't
you please...
Don't worry, darling. I'll never be selfish again.
Oh, no. Be selfish. But if you're going to ruin me, dear, do it with a kiss, huh?
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Hearses Don't Hurry, based on a story by Stephen Ransom. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. In tonight's cast, you heard Sidney Smith as Christopher Chase, Charlotte Lawrence as Lee Dale, Joseph Julian as Skeets, Helen Shields was Diane Rossiter, and Larry Haynes was Anthony Pierce. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of an image that was the reflection of death. It's called Death Never Doubles. In the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week? Oh, yes. You've probably jotted down the birthdays and anniversaries to remember during June. Remember that June is Remember Disabled Veterans Month.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I expect Vance any minute, Mr. Markham. His train got in about a half an hour ago.
Thank you, Ellen. It isn't anything important, just that Vance has been away for several days, and I wanted to say hello.
Well, I'll ask him to call you.
Thank you, Ellen. Bye.
Bye. Oh, dear. Let's see. Now, notes on the nylon murder case. It was merely a matter of...
Hello there, Ellen.
Vance!
Well, fine reception. A man's been away for 3 days, and all his favorite secretary can say to him is Vance.
Well, give a gal time. And remember, I didn't just say Vance. I said Vance. If you're such a good private investigator, you should know what it means when I put my voice in capital letters.
I accept your apology.
Apology?
All right, Ellen, let's forget the whole thing. What's been happening while I was away?
Mr. Markham just called. Want to call him back?
In a moment or so. Anything interesting in the mail?
No, just the usual stuff. Oh, except this. It came in the mail yesterday.
What is it?
It's a key, Vance, a golden key. Nothing came with it. No letter, nothing at all. Just a golden key in an envelope addressed to you.
Unusual, but not particularly interesting. Will you get Mr. Markham for me? I'll be in my private office.
I certainly will. Your office might be a little dusty. I haven't been in there.
Ellen, come here.
What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing very much. Except there's a dead man sitting at my desk.
What?
And in his hand is another of those golden keys.
Through the tunnel. Yeah. Up the little grade. Through the signal. How do you like my trains, Billy?
Gee, boss, I don't know what to say.
Good, that suits me fine. Finest set of trains on the market. Bet you thought I played with toy trains.
Gee, boss, I don't know what I thought.
It doesn't matter. What have you done about the assignment I gave you, Billy?
The assignment?
That private club I want held up. You were supposed to take care of that, remember?
Gee, boss, I didn't know I was supposed to remember.
No?
No, I told you, nobody can get into that place without a key, and they keep changing the lock. I
know, I heard you. Billy, I think we can manage to get you and a friend in. In fact, I don't know how you can hold up the place if we don't.
Gee, boss, I don't either.
I'll think of something.
Well, whatever you say, boy.
There's one thing I do want you to remember, though.
What's that?
Wait till I put this extra car on track. There. Now, Billy, if anybody gets in your way while you're carrying out the assignment...
Yeah?
You see what's going to happen to this train?
Yeah, I see.
Well, see that happens to anybody that gets in your way.
Come in, Miss Frayne.
Hi, dear.
Miss Frayne, won't you sit down?
Don't mind if I do.
My secretary told me you were outside and wanted to see me. What about?
I'll tell you, Mr. Markham.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Ha ha. VA with a sense of humor. What'll they think of next? Markham, what would you say if I told you somebody was going to kill me?
I'd tell you to go to the district attorney.
Don't overdo that sense of humor thing. I'm not kidding.
Sorry, Miss Frayne.
Make it Gracie. Everybody calls me Gracie. Makes me feel more at home.
Who is it that's going to try to kill you, Miss Frayne?
Oh, so that's the way you want it.
Yes.
Okay. Markham, I'm staying at the 456 Club. According to a phone call I got this morning, I'm supposed to quit and go over to a joint called the Golden Key Club to work.
Or else.
That's what the man said on the phone. Now, look, maybe I sound like I think this is a gag, but if I do, it's because my voice is a good actress.
What do you mean?
I'm scared. Good and scared. The guy on the phone sounded like he meant business.
You were supposed to quit and go to work at the Golden Key Club. Golden Key.
Who are you calling?
My friend, Philo Vance. He got a golden key in the mail, and he found a dead man clutching a golden key in his office this morning. This may all tie up rather closely.
Officer Philo Vance, private investigator, Miss Deering speaking. Who?
Markham, Ellen. Vance there.
Yes, he is. Hold it just a second. I'll connect you.
Hello.
Hello, Vance. This is Markham.
Oh, hello, Markham.
Vance, I think I've got a lead on that Golden Key murder.
Good. What is it?
There's a club called the Golden Key, and there's a girl in my office who's been threatened, and all of this may tie up.
Well, thanks for letting me know. Have you found out who the man in my office was?
Oh, yes, I was meaning to call you. His name was Prescott, Joseph Prescott.
Uh-huh.
Very rich, semi-retired, and no enemies so far as we've uncovered to date. Well, Vance, what are you going to do about the Golden Key Club?
I'm going to take Ellen and go there, of course. The club called the Golden Key is probably the real key to this case.
Very pretty.
Who said you could come in my dressing room?
Who said I couldn't, Gracie?
Go run along home and play with your toy trains.
Well?
I got a show to do in a couple of minutes, and I haven't opened up yet.
What happened this afternoon, Gracie?
I did what you told me. I went to the district attorney. Put on a big act about what would happen to me if I didn't quit singing here and go over to the Golden Key Club. That's what I was supposed to do, isn't it?
How good did you make your story?
I'm a performer, ain't I? I did great. Not too scared. At first, that is.
Go on.
Clowning a little about it so it would sound like the McCoy. Then I stuck it out.
You were a good girl, Gracie. You've helped me a lot.
What was the idea of choking me? What's the big idea?
I said you were a good girl, Gracie. You did what you were told.
Yeah.
That was just to teach you what would happen if you ever changed.
Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Thank you.
Just a second, Ellen. I'll help you out.
Thank you, Vance. There we are. Well, so this is the Golden Key Club, hmm?
According to what a certain singer told Markham and what he told me, this is the address.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like much from the outside, does it?
What is it they say about a book in this cover?
I don't know. I don't listen to gossip. There's the doorman.
Fine place for him. Isn't he supposed to help people out of cabs?
All depends on what kind of a doorman he is. He happens to be a doorway doorman, not a cab doorman.
Well, let's just hope we get in.
We have our golden key, remember? The one that was sent me through the mails.
That guy in your office had a key, too, and look what happened to him.
Hello, my friend. Is this the Golden Key Club?
Could be.
Informative, isn't he?
I have a golden key that was sent me. I presume that entitles me to admission.
Let's see the key.
Oh, here you are.
Never been here before, have you?
If we had, do you think we'd come again?
Ellen.
Well,
No, my friend, we haven't. This key was mailed me.
We mail keys to a couple of prospects every week. People we think might like the club. Yeah, I'll change it for one that'll open both doors. There you are.
Thanks.
Just open the street door, walk in. There's another door inside. Same key opens it.
Thank you. Come on, Ellen.
Just a minute, Vance.
Hmm?
I don't like the looks of the character coming this way.
Well, this looks like a real nice place. I think I'll go in here. Hold the door open, buddy.
He means you, Vance.
I know.
Come on,
Wait a
come
minute,
on.
you. This is a private club. You can't go in here.
You got the wrong uniform to be ordering people around. You ain't no cop, you know.
On your way, Crumb.
I said I was going in with these people. Nobody's going to stop me.
Nobody but me.
You. That takes care of the doorman. Okay, buddy, let's go in. You got a key. I saw you get it.
What makes you think I'm going to give it to you?
Now, look, you seen what happened to that doorman. You don't give me the key, I clip you, and the doll and me go stepping inside.
He means you, Ellen.
Well, at least I'm a doll.
If I were you, friend, I think I'd keep walking.
Okay, you don't take me in with you, I take the key away from you.
Oh, yeah?
Nice work, Vance.
Thank you.
Good thing this place is on a side street. You'd have a crowd cheering for you.
The only applause I want is yours, Ellen.
Why,
well, there's nothing to stop us now. Let's go in.
Well, let's not. Let's make it some other time. After what happened out here, how can what goes on inside be anything but dull?
$24 black. $24 black. Make your bets, please. Make your bets. How's it going, Tommy? Oh, good, Mr. Maley. Golden Key is sure doing business tonight. I know, but how are we doing? About even. Some of the suckers are getting lucky. Stop. Everybody got their bets down. Let's go, please. All right, Tommy, watch it. And keep watching it. Leave it to me. The number is 3, and black again. Number 3, black. Make your bets, please. I'll be in my office, Tommy. Call me if anything happens. Yes, sir, Mr. Maley. All right, folks. Make your bets. Pick your number and make your bet. Please make your bet. Everybody stand right where you are. Nobody move. Everybody stay where you are and shut up. My friend and me ain't carrying these guns because we need exercise. That's better. Now all of you turn around and face the wall. That means everybody. You're being smart, very smart. You. Huh? You who was working a roulette wheel. You mean me? Yeah, you. Go through everybody's pockets and throw everything you find on that dice table. Door watches, jewelry, everything. And make it quick. Well, enemy ain't got all day. Not me, bud. You got the right. I guess he didn't have the wrong guy after all. All right, shut up. Shut up there and stay that way. Now, you all get what this guy got. Now, everybody, empty your pockets. That goes for you dames, too. Throw your handbags on that table and step on it. That shows I ain't kidding. Hurry up. Get up that door.
Yes, Markham, I understand. Shortly after I was at the Golden Key Club, there was a holdup and a man was killed.
An employee of the club, Vance. There must have been thousands of dollars lost in the robbery, too.
It seems to me this all ties in with the murdered man I found in my office and the girl singer who came to see you, Markham.
Other than the fact that a golden key is concerned, I don't see the connection.
Neither do I at the moment, but I guarantee there is one.
Perhaps the individual who owns the club where that Gracie Fane was singing heard about the threat she got if she wouldn't go over to the Golden Key and decided to put the Golden Key out of business.
That's possible, of course, but hardly likely. It doesn't explain the murdered man I found or the Golden Key that was sent me.
No, I admit it doesn't. Tell me, how do you explain the Vance?
I, Markham? I haven't the slightest idea of the tie-up. But I'll tell you this. I will have, just as soon as I see the owner of the Golden Key.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Golden Key murder case opened in Philo Vance's office with the finding of the body of a man, a golden key clutched in his hand. A girl singer told me about a club called the Golden Key and a threat she had received. And only a few hours ago, 2 unknown men held up the club and robbed everyone present after shooting an employee. Vance has gone to see the owner of the Golden Key Club, a man known to us as Al Maley, and is probably...
Is this an official interrogation, Vance?
That remains to be seen, Maley.
Huh?
What I want from you is some information.
What kind of information?
The district attorney seems to think that your efforts to get a singer named Gracie Frame to work at the Golden Key might be the reason your club was held up.
My efforts to get who?
A singer named Gracie Frame. Didn't you threaten her if she wouldn't come to work for you?
I never even heard of her.
That makes a difference in Markham's theory, if you're telling the truth.
Why, of course I am.
You do have somebody who dislikes you, don't you?
Doesn't everybody?
I'm not talking to everybody at the
Now,
moment.
look, Vance, I run a gambling joint. That isn't exactly legal. I made a couple of enemies. One of them a character named David Wagner. Know him?
No, but I will.
He's an operator. But he's been a little too quiet lately. Stays home and plays with his toy trains all the time, I hear.
Oh? Tell me 2 more things, Maley. Did you send me a Golden Key the other day?
Do I look silly enough to have done that?
No, you don't.
Thank you.
One other question. Did you know Joseph Prescott?
The man I read about who was found dead in your office? Yeah, I knew him. Anything else?
No, my friend. That is, for now.
Pretty, aren't they? So pretty. Just a minute. Wait till I turn these off. I'm coming. Yes?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance. You and I have some talking to do.
Have we?
Yes, inside your house. You're David Wagner, of course.
Yes, I am. I don't know what you could possibly want with me, Vance. I've done nothing. I'm here alone playing with my toy train. It's my hobby. I'm a very dull conversationalist.
Home alone, are you? That scream came from this room.
Jane!
Well, looks like I've interrupted something. Take your hands off that girl, you.
Get out of here.
Take them off before
Hey, what's been happening in here?
Gee, boss, I was just... Hey, this is the guy that clipped me down in front of the Golden Key Club the other night when I was trying to get in.
He's the same fellow who has all he can do to stop from doing that again. We were just trying to kill that girl.
Oh, now, come, Vance. What makes you say that?
What makes me say it? I heard her scream, didn't I? I came in here and found her being choked, didn't I?
Being choked? Just a minute. Gracie? Gracie?
Yes.
Were you being choked just now? You really weren't being choked, were you, Gracie, darling? Were you, Gracie?
No. No, I guess not.
Now tell me she wasn't screaming.
Oh, yeah, she was, but I wonder why. Why were you screaming, Gracie? Did you see a mouse? That's it. You saw a mouse in here, didn't you, darling?
Yes. That's what it was. I saw a mouse.
There. You see, Vance?
I see, all right. I see that you convinced her that she saw a mouse. And you convinced me that I smell one.
Officer Philo Vance.
Never mind whole routine, Ellen. This is Markham.
Hi, D.A., and thanks for interrupting.
No trouble at all, Ellen. Is Vance there?
No, he isn't. He called a little while ago and told me that he had just left a pretty smooth article named David Wagner.
Wagner? Who's he?
Well, all Vance said was that he was smooth, he played with electric trains, and that he is the vital man in this Golden Key murder case.
Well, that's something. Where's Vance now?
He went back to the Golden Key Club, but he wants you to stay away, and that includes me, too. He said he's phoned here in half an hour with some very special instructions.
Let me know what they are, will you?
Mm-hmm.
That is, if they concern me.
Sure thing, and they'll concern you all right. Vance sounded as if he knew something.
If he knew something, Ellen, that's all I want to know.
Well, I've opened up again, as you can see, Vance.
The holdup hasn't kept many of your customers away, Mr. Maley.
That's right.
I've spent the past half hour walking around and watching them play. Very interesting.
Did you try any of the games?
Oh, I took a chance to come out of fair.
And how'd you make out?
I won $4.
Remind me to fire the dealer.
He's probably so remorseful he'll quit. Mr. Maley, where's your doorman?
In my office. Why?
I want to see him. Do you mind?
No, not at all. Come this way, Vance.
Mr. Maley, I have an idea that if I can get proof that your friend, David Wagner, had this place held up, I'll also be able to convict him of the murder of the man in my office.
Really?
Yes.
In here, Vance. It's all right, Joe.
All right.
This is Philo Vance, Joe. The doorman you asked about, Vance.
Oh, yes, I remember him. How are you, Joe?
I live.
If you can call it that.
I can.
Mr. Maley, I want from you a list of people who have received golden keys from you.
All right. We keep files and records.
Good. From you, Joe, I want to know what happened the night those hold-up men...
I'm being seated, and I won't stand for it.
Please, Mrs. West.
I won't. I tell you, this place is crooked. I've lost $1,000 in the past hour.
Now, one moment, please,
Now,
Mrs.
look
West.
here,
I'm
Mike.
sure everything can be straightened out satisfactorily.
No.
Would you wait just a moment?
I want my money back, Mr. Maley.
Now-
I want it back, or I'm going straight
You'll
to
have to
police.
excuse this, Vance. I'm sorry it happened.
My
You know, of
husband-
course, that we have no crooked games.
On the contrary, Mr. Maley, I don't know that at all. The woman is perfectly right. Your games are crooked. I noticed that myself. But I can't worry about it right now. I'm much more concerned with a murder case which is just begging to be closed.
You're sure you've got the right David Wagner?
Yes, certainly. Mr. Vance gave me the number himself.
He gave you my number and told you to call me?
That's right. I'm his secretary, remember? I told you. Vance has something he wants you to do for him.
And what makes him think I'm going to do something for him?
He figured you'd say that.
Oh, he did.
Yes, he did. He said to me, Ellen, if Mr. Wagner wants to know why I think he'll do as I ask, just ask him one other thing.
And what's that?
Vance said to ask, don't you think you'd better?
This is it, Markham. At least I think it is.
The answer to the golden key mystery?
That's right. When we get where we're going, I'll give you the answer and the proof.
Where are we going?
To a parking space near that bridge. We're going to watch a meeting.
Between whom?
David Wagner and Al Maley.
One of whom is guilty.
That's right. But it's proof that I want. Oh, by the way, did I ever explain what happened with that blonde singer in Wagner's apartment?
How you interrupted her being choked? Yes.
Not completely. I'll tell you now why she was being choked. Billy, David Wagner's little helper, took that chore upon himself when Miss Brain decided she wanted to tell you that her little speech in your office wasn't exactly factual.
You mean when she said she'd been threatened?
Yes.
Then Wagner did send her. Then he's...
Wait just a minute now, Markham. Look over there in that other car that stopped. See those two men?
Wagner and Maley?
Yes. Let's go. Markham, in the robbery at the Golden Key Club, a lot of jewels were taken. You were good enough to show me the list.
It was published in the newspapers.
So it was. I know that whoever plotted that robbery is behind the other murder. And I know that whoever plotted that robbery realized the benefits, the money and the jewels. One of those men in that car has part of the loot.
If you say so.
I also say this case is about over. Hello, Wagner.
Oh, Vance. Fancy meeting you here. You brought the district attorney for company.
Yes. Hello, Maley.
Hi, Vance. Mr. Markham.
Hello. I understand one of you two gentlemen has some jewelry that doesn't belong to you. Is that right?
Hold it, Markham. All right, Wagner, hand it over. Come on.
Okay, if you say so.
So it's Wagner we want, eh?
You are, Vance.
Thank you for this lovely necklace, Mr. Wagner.
You're welcome.
Recognize it, Markham?
From its description, it's part of the loot taken in the Golden Key Club holdup. And David Wagner here had it. That means only one thing to me. That he's responsible for the holdup and the two murders.
It shouldn't mean that at all, Markham. What it should mean is that the gentleman next to him, Al Maley, is the man responsible. He's the man for you to arrest for robbery and murder. Well, Markham, it's time for me to tell you this complete story. Do I sound expansive enough?
Yes, I imagine so. Do I sound attentive enough?
Definitely. Here goes. First of all, we had the murder in my office, the murder of Joseph Prescott. I'll clear that up now.
Procrastination will get you nowhere, Vance.
Yes, I know. Prescott had 2 golden keys, Markham. Al Maley's records show he issued 2 to him.
Well?
Prescott mailed me 1 key, then came to my office with his other one in his hand to prove to me that he had sent me the first one.
Reasonable enough. Al Maley killed him in your office?
Yes, while my secretary was in the hall somewhere, Prescott waited in my office. Maley had followed him there and killed him.
Why?
Because Maley's Golden Key Club was a crooked gambling place. Prescott had been cheated, and he wanted me to do something about it.
Well, that ends the Prescott incident. Now let's get to Al Maley's second murder.
First, let's get to David Wagner. Wagner wanted Maley's Golden Key Club put out of business. He thought you'd investigate if he sent that Grace Frayne girl to you with a manufactured story about being threatened.
When I investigated and saw it was a gambling place, I'd close it. Is that the idea?
Yes. In the event that that plan failed, Wagner intended to hold up the place. But Maley held up his own club.
We know that now. But how did you know it?
I had Ellen call David Wagner and enlist his help. He called Maley and arranged the meeting, which you and I interrupted. You see, Wagner told Maley that he knew Maley had held up his own club.
And Wagner said he wanted the diamond necklace as his reward for keeping quiet.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's how Wagner happened to have had the necklace when we came along. But don't you see, Markham, the mere fact that Maley had the necklace, part of the loot taken in the holdup of his club, proved he was responsible for the holdup.
Of course. What put you on the track of Maley, Vance?
A lot of things. One, he was running a crooked gambling club. Two, it would have been almost impossible for any stick-up men to get into that club without keys. 3, I wasn't sure at all, or I wouldn't have had to have Wagner arrange the meeting with Maley.
Well and honestly spoken, Vance. It was an inside job, all right, with Al Maley right in the middle of that inside.
Yes, Markham, he's in the middle, but we're at the end of the Golden Key murder case.
Calling all detectives. A man is murdered, and the only clue to his death is a hand of stud poker. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. The private detective, like me, Jerry Browning, knows that no matter how lucky a killer seems, murder is always a losing gamble. The Club Coquette is the kind of joint that attracts high society and low characters. It offers blackjack, roulette, chuck-a-luck, and every other standard device for losing your money. The reason I was in the place was because I was being paid to be there. Ace Hogan owned the Coquette. Marty Wilson ran a rival joint out on River Road. Tonight, Ace and Marty were going to bury the hatchet, and my job was to make sure they didn't bury it in each other's heads. The people around the roulette wheel were betting $10 chips like nickels. Right up against the table was young Wade Julian. Hello, Jerry. How are you doing? I'm not betting, Julie, just watching. Lucky you. These 6 chips are the last of 1,500. Well, here goes nothing. Did I say nothing? I was so right. Excuse me, Jerry. Gotta see Ace. Arrange for a little credit. I watched him go. So, Wade Julian, 4 gold polo player, had gambling debts. Too bad. I walked over to one of the 26 girls, picked up the dice cup, and bet $1 on 5s. I threw 1 5 4 times in a row, and 2 5s for the next 6 rolls. Not so good. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. Ace Hogan, the boss.
You picked the wrong number, Jerry. You should have took aces like me. Hey, wait a minute. These aren't house dice. This dame is cheating you.
He glared at the girl.
Sister, I don't stand for cheating. Swim out of here and take your crooked ivories with you.
Ace turned on his heel and walked upstairs. A couple of minutes later, Marty Wilson, the rival joint owner, came in, nodded to me, and went upstairs. By then, the dice girl had taken her hat and coat and disappeared. I waited around for Ace and Marty to call me. I waited almost an hour. Then... Ace was upstairs in his office, alone, and very dead. Called in as arbitrator between two rival gamblers, I discovered that Ace Hogan, one of the gamblers, had been murdered. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide stared suspiciously at me.
Jerry, is this all there was on his desk? Just his playing cards?
I nodded. Ace's body lay slumped over the desk, as though he'd made a last desperate attempt to get help, or his killer. In front of him was a deck of cards and a hand of stud poker. The exposed cards were the 2, 3, 4, and 6 of diamonds. I picked up the 5th card, which was face down. It was the ace of spades. Dawson had a theory about that.
Ace was playing two-handed poker with somebody. They got into a fight. Ace had the losing hand and lost his life, too.
I shrugged. Maybe. Ace was pretty busy tonight. He had a meeting scheduled with Marty Wilson, a run-in with a crooked dice girl, and even Wade Julian, the polo player, wanted to see him. When would he have time to play poker? Dawson didn't know. He was too busy taking down the names I mentioned and ordering the arrest of their owners. But I kept thinking of that poker hand. I went on home after a while and fell asleep, dreaming of a straight flush in diamonds, ruined by the ace of spades in the hole. I sat up suddenly in bed, said out loud, "The 5 of diamonds is missing," whatever that means. Out of the darkness, a voice answered me.
Don't mean a thing, Jerry. Not a thing.
I blinked as light suddenly flooded the room. After a few seconds, I made out Marty Wilson sitting in a chair and dangling a revolver on one finger.
Honest to goodness, Jerry, I like you, but I'm awful nervous. Don't do anything to make this gun go off.
I feel sorry for nervous people, so I sat real still. Dawson has a warrant for you, Marty.
Yeah, that's why I'm nervous. Guy like me, a gambler, has no chance. They got me convicted in advance. Sure, I talked to Ace, but we got along fine. He was a square guy. We fixed up the merger, and I drove back to my own joint. And a fair chance I got of anybody believing me.
Look, Marty, I believe you. And the only chance you've got is to give yourself up.
You're crazy.
Okay, make yourself hard to find and see what happens when they do find you, Marty. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, get dressed and make it snappy. I'm your prisoner.
Dawson was at headquarters by the time we got there, and he wasn't happy about getting out of bed either.
So, decided to give yourself up, Wilson. Sergeant booked this man along with the other 2.
Give him a break, Dawson. He gave himself up voluntarily. And what about the other 2 you've got locked up? They can't all be guilty.
At 2 in the morning, everybody's guilty. I'm going back to bed.
The next day, I got permission to talk to the other prisoners. The 26th girl was sitting alone in a lockup cell. She was still wearing the hat and coat I'd seen her in when she left the Club Coquette. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She kept insisting that she hadn't meant to cheat me at dice, and anyway, she didn't keep the money for herself, and besides, she wouldn't kill a nice guy like Ace Hogan. I listened for a while and promised to do what I could. In another cell, Wade Julian, the polo player, was a little more self-possessed.
Jerry, I don't know a thing about Ace's murder. Sure, I owed him a lot of money, but I've owed him money before and paid it. I talked to him and he offered me credit, just as he did before. I didn't have to kill him.
I'll check into it, Julie. My last interview was with Marty, the gambler. I found him sitting on his cot, a deck of cards spread out before him. What are you doing, Marty? Playing solitaire?
Yeah. A guy has to pass the time, doesn't he?
Sure, Marty. Did you play poker with Ace when you saw him? Marty stared at me.
We talk business. Why should we play poker?
There were cards spread out on his desk. A poker hand, just like you've got spread out. Marty grinned.
This ain't poker. It's blackjack. Every gambler plays it by himself to see can he beat himself.
Blackjack? Of course, it had to be that. Marty, in blackjack, the ace counts for 1 or 11. Add to that the 2, 3, 4, and 6, and you have
16 or 26. Why?
26. In his dying moments, Ace named his killer the 26 girl who killed him because he found out she was a thief. That cracked it. I got the 26 girl upstairs, showed her the card layout. After a while, she lost her nerve and confessed. Ace had tried to make her give back the money she'd stolen with a crooked dice, so she shot him. Just a nice girl. Like I said, every killer thinks he's smarter than other people. But nobody can get away with murder. It isn't in the cards. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of the real headaches of my job is the crime committed amid the activity of some unusual event. Here, the lawbreaker uses the stir and bustle of a crowd to cover his act, and often leaves only a confused trail to follow. This was the situation we faced in the case you are about to hear.
This ain't very close. What do you want me to do? Drive in the front door? We can get out of this spot in a hurry.
You sure that motorcycle gang is going to get here?
Any second. Sally gave me the pitch on it, and that kid's on the ball. Here, get this jacket on.
Yeah.
Here they come now. Let's go. They couldn't have timed it better. That girl is great.
Only one guy, Cleet, and here he comes.
Stand right there, mister. This is a holdup.
He's ducking out.
That's what he thinks.
You killed him, Cleet.
So what? Let's get at the jewelry.
Come on. Brother, look at all them diamond rings.
Never mind looking at them. Scoop them up and let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Who have you got here, Harrington?
Chief, this is Boston. Sells newspapers on the corner. Boston, this is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
And you're trying to find out about them hold-up men, ain't you? Well, I can tell you, 'cause I saw 'em come in here, 2 of 'em. They parked one of them little sport cars right near my stand. I saw 'em leave, too. But I didn't know they'd robbed the place and shot poor Mr. Sloat. If I had, I'd have stopped 'em.
What made you notice these men, Boston?
Oh, I notice everything. I spotted this little car right away. Quicker than a sparrow in a puddle.
The man who runs the health food store up the street says the men were dressed like motorcycle riders.
That's right, they was. Leather jackets and them hats. But they was driving that little car. Believe me, mister, I seen them and I know.
I believe you, Boston. Didn't happen to notice the license of the car, did you?
Oh, no, sir. I slipped up on that one. But that was because all them motorcycles come busting into town, a-roaring and a-blasting. They was enough to make a man forget his own name.
Well, it's pretty obvious, Harrington. They used the arrival of the motorcycle club as a cover.
Yeah, they must have known right when the club was going to get here, then.
Yes, and as soon as we get back to the city, you'd better check on that, Harrington. Find out where the club meets, who the head of it is.
I guess they moved Mr. Sloat's body, didn't they?
Oh, yes, about a half hour ago.
You fellas leaving now?
Yes, we're leaving. Oh, and I want to thank you for your help. It might be very important to us.
Well, good. Hey, how about you fellas buying a paper from me? You can read all about the shooting.
Why not? Might be a good investment.
Here. It's this way.
Where you going, babe?
I'm going in the house. What do you think?
Get in the car. I want to show you something.
What?
Kid, you really did a job for us. Those motorcycles come over the hill and into that town just like you said and when you said.
Well, I guess I ought to know. I belong to the club, don't I?
Were you riding?
Well, sure, with a boyfriend. I looked for you guys, but I couldn't see anywhere.
We were busy, babe. Real busy. Yeah. Take a look at that.
Clete, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Let me put it around your neck. Huh?
Oh, you mean you're giving it to me?
Sure, I'm giving it to you. You're going to get a lot more.
Oh, Clete. Oh, let me look in the mirror.
Yeah, that looks swell, don't it, babe? And you are built for that kind of stuff.
Oh, I never had anything like this in my life.
Well, you have now.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It's Dan.
The boyfriend? What do you care?
Sally.
Hello, Dan.
What are you doing here?
We're talking to a friend of mine. Dan, I want you to meet Clete. Clete, this is Dan Clark.
How are you, Clark?
Hi.
Dan is president of the Cycle Club, Clete.
Yeah, I know. You work with your motor, Clark?
He delivers for a multigraph company.
What does he care? What are you doing sitting out here with this guy anyway?
Oh, what's wrong with me sitting out here with him? He's a friend of mine.
So he's a friend of yours. Does that mean you have to sit cooped up with him in this hopped-up baby buggy?
Now, listen, chum. Don't talk like that about the car. This job will wax that sucker of yours any day.
You got 115 under this hood? Like fat you have. That's what you need to stay even with me.
I'll stay with you, and I'll leave you.
Anytime, anywhere. Put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, listen, delivery boy. I'll put my fist where your mouth is if you keep yapping like that.
You talk big. Let's see you step out here and back it up.
Well, you think I won't?
Cut it out, Clete. I don't want any trouble here, not in front of my apartment. Dan, I'll never speak to you again if you don't stop this.
Oh, look, Sally.
I mean it, Dan. You can't behave like this to my friends.
Okay, Sally, have it your own way.
He's walking out on you.
Don't worry, he'll come back.
Harrington back yet, Miss Miller?
Yes, he's in using your phone, Mr. Garrett, and he got the information on that motorcycle club.
Oh, good. Hello, Harrington. I hear you got some information on that motorcycle club.
Yeah, and I just got a rundown on the president of it, too. A kid named Dan Clark. Works for the City Multigraph Company. And he'll be in their office around 3:30.
It's almost 3 now. Let's go and have a talk with him.
Will you be back?
Probably not. We'll see you in the morning, Miss Miller.
Bye.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
We're looking for Dan Clark.
I'm Dan Clark.
Well, this is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
District attorney?
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Clark. I understand you're the president of a motorcycle club.
That's right.
Same club that made a trip to Colton City last Saturday?
Yeah? What's this all about?
Well, a jewelry store was held up in Colton City on Saturday afternoon. Owner of the store was killed. Made the headlines in yesterday's paper.
Maybe I shouldn't admit it, but I just read the comics and the sport page and let it go at that.
Well, this holdup occurred while your club was riding through town. It was pulled by a couple of fellows wearing motorcycle rider outfits.
Oh, now, wait a second. I'm certain none of our gang had anything to do with the holdup.
Well, we're not saying they did. But how can you be so positive?
Well, I know that bunch, every one of them.
Well, we're not accusing your club of anything, Clark. We're just trying to get at the facts of this case.
All our guys work, Mr. Garrett. They just aren't the kind of guys who do anything like that.
Do you have anyone in the club who drives cars on these joints?
Cars? Mister, when you're a cycle man, you raid cars behind bicycles.
How many members in your club, Clark?
67, counting the girls.
They're not regular members, but you know how it is with women.
Well, we're willing to go along with the idea that your club is in the clear on this. But whoever held up that store expected to use the noise of your motors as a cover. They knew just about to the minute when your gang would arrive there.
Which means somebody had to tell them.
It sure looks that way, doesn't it? It makes me feel bad.
Well, there's no need to blame yourself, but we'd like your cooperation.
I'll do anything you say.
We're looking for two men who drove a sports car.
Sports car?
Does that ring a bell?
Well, I don't know. There's one guy... I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, you can leave that part of it to us.
I don't even know his full name.
Well, could you get it? And where we might find him?
I can try. After all, I don't want the club to get the blame for this.
Well, why don't you check on it, Clark? And call me at my office.
All right, sir, I will.
Good. We'll talk to you later, then.
Oh, it's you.
Hello, Sally.
I thought maybe you were never coming back.
You know better than that, Sally.
I do.
If you don't, you should. You know how I feel about you.
You certainly don't always show it. Getting nasty about nothing, insulting my friends.
I see you with another guy, get jealous, that's all. I'm sorry.
It shows you don't trust me.
I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again.
I'm glad to hear it.
I want to talk to you about something. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Okay. Come in.
Hiya, Clark.
I didn't know he was here.
Sit down, Dan.
Seems as though this guy's taking up a lot of your time.
Watch it, Dan. Remember what you just promised me.
Why don't you relax, Clark? We've just been saying a lot of nice things about you.
Like what?
Well, like it takes a pretty smart guy to be president of a club like yours.
What am I supposed to do, take a bow? I'll see you later, Sally.
Now, wait a second, Dan. You're not going to go off on another huff, are you?
I got things to do.
All right, if you feel you have to go. I'll see you Saturday on the ride.
There isn't going to be any ride.
What do you mean?
There was a holdup in Colton City last Saturday, same time the club was riding through the town. The police think the crooks used us as a cover for the job. And there was a man killed.
So what? You guys didn't have anything to do with it, did you?
No. But I wouldn't like the same thing to happen again. So we're going to cut out the rides for a while. See you around, Sally.
Wait a second, Clark.
What for?
I don't think you ought to call off that ride.
Who cares what you think?
Well, it's like I said before, Clark. Why don't you relax? I'm the kind of guy that could do you a lot of good.
Wait a minute, Cleet. I wouldn't go too far if I were you.
I know what I'm doing, babe. Clark's no dummy. He's not going to turn down a real good thing. Hiya, Clark.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's simple. If you let the club keep taking those rides every weekend, it could do me a lot of good. And I'm a guy that likes to return a favor, which means I could do you a lot of good.
Which also means you're one of the guys who held up that jewelry store in Colton City.
Not a bad operation, was it? A touch of genius, if anyone was to ask you.
Somebody did ask me.
Yeah?
Who? The district attorney. I couldn't tell him very much then, but I can now.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Put me through the chief, will you?
Yeah, he's right here. Hang on. Harrington, Chief.
Where are you, Harrington?
9th Precinct Station. And you're not going to get any report from young Clark, Chief.
No? Why not?
He's just been shot dead in front of an apartment house on Harris Avenue.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the motorcycle club killer, here's an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A jewelry store had been held up in a small town just outside the city. The owner of the place had been murdered. A motorcycle club entering the town had innocently provided the noise and confusion used by the gunman as a cover for the crime. We had questioned Dan Clark, president of the club, and he had promised us the name of a probable suspect. But a phone call from Harrington gave me some bad news. Young Clark had been shot to death.
Report just came in that the ambulance is on its way, Chief. I thought you might like to meet me there.
Well, whereabouts on Harris Avenue, Harrington?
Between Lamar and 10th Street.
I'll leave right away. We'll question any bystanders and the people who live there. There must be a tie-up with the neighborhood some way.
Okay, Chief. I'll be waiting for you.
Better cancel those 2 appointments I have for this afternoon, Miss Miller. Looks like I'm going to be tied up for the rest of the day.
All right, Mr. Garrett. I'll make the calls right away.
Hi, Chief. Clark was still alive, so they took him in before I got here. But Lieutenant Padway just got a call from receiving. The kid was dead on arrival.
Anyone know what he was doing here?
Girlfriend lives in one of the apartments.
Well, let's go in and talk to her. Did she see it happen?
Yeah, claims she didn't see a thing and doesn't know who did it or why. This is it.
Not another cop.
This is Mr. Garrett, Miss Brady. He's the district attorney.
I've already answered 1,000 questions. What do I have to do now?
Oh, I'm sure you won't mind answering a few more. The boy who was killed was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
Sure, he was my friend. But can I help it if he got killed?
Were you engaged to him, Miss Brady?
Well, I guess you could say I was, yes.
Do you have other men friends?
Well, you know how it is. The girl's nice looking and the guys come around. I wouldn't want to push any of them in the face.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. Well, did Dan Clark know any of your other friends?
No, he didn't. Well, Dan was kind of jealous. I never let him know who else I was running around with.
Are you sure he didn't know anyway?
I'm sure he didn't.
Well, do you live here alone, Miss Brady?
With my sister and her husband. They both work.
Do you work?
Well, right now I'm in between jobs.
Well, that's a very attractive necklace you're wearing.
Thanks. I'm glad you like it.
Present from one of your friends?
Well, yes, Dan gave it to me.
Thank you, Miss Brady. We won't trouble you any further. Oh, and thanks for your cooperation.
Don't mention it.
Something wrong about that girl, Chief.
Yes, and I think she's wearing it around her neck. Could you describe that necklace, Harrington?
Sure.
Where's your car?
At the precinct house. I rode over with the squad car.
Well, get in. I'll take you over there. Then I'd like you to drive over to Colton City. Find out if that necklace is part of the look.
Right.
Hi, Clete. Been waiting long?
About a half hour.
I wanted to be sure I wasn't followed.
Smart girl. How's everything?
Everything's wonderful. I had them eating out of my hand. Even the district attorney. You should have been there.
I'd have died laughing.
Oh, incidentally, you didn't give me that necklace. Dan gave it to me.
Kid, you sound better to me all the time. What about Saturday?
I talked to some of the boys at the club. I convinced them that they should make the ride in memory of Dan.
Oh, quit it, will you, babe? You're killing me. What town?
Cliffdale.
Perfect. I already know the place will knock over.
I want to go with you, Clete.
That's out, babe. If you want to see that town, you ride a motorcycle like the rest of them.
You think I can't?
I think you could do anything.
What's it going to be this time? More jewelry?
Dough. Lots of dough. You'll find out. Go on home, kid. I'll see you later. Hi, Chief. Morning, Miss Miller.
Morning, Harrington.
Hello, Harrington. Any luck last night?
No, nothing. Seems that the store's always been a one-man operation. And with the owner dead, no one can positively identify any of the stolen pieces.
That's too bad. But we just got a report from ballistics that adds up to something. The bullets that killed young Clark came from the same gun that killed the store owner.
Hey, that is something.
Can you ride a motorcycle, Harrington?
Well, I used to be able to. I guess I can still wobble along on one of the things.
Yeah, it seems that motorcycle club is going to take another outing tomorrow afternoon. I'd like you to ride with them.
I'd be delighted, Chief. But I haven't got a thing to wear.
Oh, Harrington.
Well, we'll take care of that for you. I want you to stick near the girl if she goes along. You'll have a two-way radio on the machine so you can contact me in my car. Oh, and maybe I'd better make the arrangement of that right now. Captain Warren of Traffic, Miss Miller. You got his number?
Let's see. Yes, it's right here.
Get him on for me, will you?
Okay.
We get a break. Parking space right near the joint.
Yeah.
There's two loan companies in this block.
We're taking the one with the big sign. Get out.
Hey, we got to wait for the motorcycle?
I want to case the place. Come on. KNK4 to car 6X2. KNK4 to car 6X2.
Car 6X2. I'm getting you, Harrington. Go ahead.
We'll be in Cliffdale in about 5 minutes, Chief.
I'm on the main street at the far end of town. How about the girl?
She's riding with another guy right in front of me. She didn't recognize me with this headgear and goggles on. Hey, I lost her. They must have speeded up to the front.
Try to pick her up again, Harrington. Keep in touch.
Okay, Chief. KNK4 signing off.
Can I help you?
We'd like to talk to somebody about a loan.
You wait just a moment. The interviewers are all busy just now.
Sure, we wait.
Look at that open safe.
I've been looking.
There's the motorcycle club.
Right on time.
All right, folks, this is a holdup. Don't anybody move. And I don't want to hear any more of that, or we'll really start blasting you. Get the money out of that safe.
All right. Please don't point that gun at me.
Get the money on the counter.
I will.
Now the other one. Yank them phones loose. Good idea. Get the dough.
Yeah.
All right, down on your faces, everybody. And stay there. Anybody tries to follow us, gets a bullet right square in the punch. Come on, let's go. Let's look for it.
Come on, jump in.
Three of us in here's going to be a tight fit. Jam yourself in. What are you doing here, babe?
I called the car, and here I am.
Well, come on, get going. Turn up the alley.
KNK4 to car 6X2. KNK4 to car 6X2.
Car 6X2. Go ahead, Harrington.
I just spotted the girl. She's with two men in a light blue sports roadster. They went down an alley and turned parallel to the next street. I'm following them.
Well, which way are they heading?
North.
And they're moving toward me. I'll see if I can get some help in setting up a roadblock. Stay with them, Harrington. I'm going to switch over to the local police. Car 6X2. Car 6X2. Car 6X2.
Anybody behind us?
Way back. Some guy on a motorcycle.
Don't worry about that. This rocket could lose any motorcycle or any cop's car.
She's a honey. Look, we're doing 90, and I only have it halfway to the floor.
I ought to punch you right in that cute-looking nose of yours.
What's the matter? Don't you like my driving?
I told you not to try to butt in on this.
You might as well get used to me, Clete. I like excitement.
Well, it looks like you're going to get some. There's a roadblock up ahead. Turn into that field, that dirt road. That barn. Stop in front of that barn. Yeah. Come on. Get the door, Bostick. Up in the hayloft. Quick. Come on. Come on.
All right.
Here, grab my hand.
There.
What do we do, Clete? Start blasting as soon as they stick their heads in that door. We can hold out in this place for a week. They're going to take us, you hear?
Give me one of your guns, please.
Here they come. Get them. Hey, Mopsy.
Give it back to them.
All right, I quit.
Throw your guns down, then.
There you are. That's all of them.
All right. Now come down here. The three of you.
Okay. We're coming.
What a pair of slobs you turned out to be. Big, tough men.
Shut up.
Big, tough men till the shooting starts. Then you're quit cold.
That's the usual pattern with men like these, Miss Brady. Rough and tough as long as they have the edge. Well, we're going to change all that. We're going to take them out of circulation for a long, long time. And I think we can put you away somewhere, too. Come on, let's go. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
This was another case that made big headlines. The two men we call Cleet and Bostic were tried and convicted on charges of armed robbery and first-degree murder. Sally is now serving time as an accessory before and after the fact. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
With police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of Joe McCann and the West Side Syndicate.
They say we ruled an empire of crime in the East. Robberies, extortions, assaults, escapes. We even cased Uncle Sam for a cool million and carried out the job without a hitch.
Yes, tonight's case deals with men who thought they were big-timers, but whose bragging and arrogance do not tell of the inevitable climax of capture or death.
Waterman's Pens, every one a master writing instrument, and Waterman's Ink, the ink that goes up to 3 times as far as ordinary ink, are proud to bring you Gangbusters, presenting facts in the endless war of the police on the underworld. Facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their work of protecting our citizens. Commissioner Louis J. Valentine, on leave as interviewer of Gangbusters and serving in Concord, Japan, at the personal request of General Douglas MacArthur, has asked the Honorable James Shuey Malone, Director of Public Safety, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Director Malone, just 6 weeks ago on Lincoln's birthday, the criminal considered public enemy number 1 was trapped in a Chicago attic after the most intensive manhunt in recent years.
That's right, Don Gardner. And events leading up to this elaborate trap make up one of the most spectacular police files on record.
We'd like to hear about them, Director Malone.
Well, Don, one winter's day some years ago, a heavily built man walked through the 4th floor hall of an apartment house in uptown New York City. He stopped at a door and took a key from his pocket.
Where have you been all day?
Well, like I told you, Aggie, I'm looking for a job. What's the matter with you?
Joe McCann is here.
Well, so?
You didn't tell him to come after nothing
relax, will you, Aggie?
Ed, you promised me you wouldn't run with McCann anymore. He's no good for you.
Well, let me pick my own friends, will you, Aggie? Where's McCann?
In the bedroom lying down. Ed, please,
Now,
listen
take
to
it
me.
easy, will you? Told you this morning I was going out to get a job.
Well, you've been saying that for weeks.
Well, I got a job.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, Ed, that's wonderful.
Yeah, great.
Well, what kind of a job?
Well, you know in all the railroad stations how they've got billboards with those ads on them?
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's not much of a job, but I'm going to put up some ads. A bill poster.
Gee, honey, that's swell.
Well, what's so swell about it? All day riding from one railroad station to another, posting bills.
Oh, don't worry, Ed. You'll love it, honest.
Maybe. Well, I'm going in and say hello to McCann.
Ed,
Yeah?
no matter what McCann tells you, keep your job, Ed. Please keep it. Promise me.
After all the trouble I went through to get the job, you think I'm crazy? Oh, don't worry, Aggie. I'll fix us a bite beat, will you?
Okay.
Hey, McCann.
Where'd you get back?
Not just now. I got the job. I start Monday.
Oh, good. Gonna have an assistant for free.
An assistant?
Yeah, me. I'm gonna be your assistant bill poster.
Oh, now look, McCann, there ought to be an easier way.
Nobody ever got to be a millionaire an easier way.
Well, okay, McCann. But I don't like the idea of playing nursemaid to billboards in every railroad station between New York and Washington. That's worse.
So what? It's work. You gotta find the best spot to knock off that currency shipment before it gets to the Treasury Department. You think of any better way to case it up?
No, I guess there ain't any.
You said it. Look, I'm starved, Ed. You think Aggie'd rustle up some food?
Yeah, I already told her to.
You tell her about your new job?
Yeah, she's tickled.
You didn't tell her the real reason you took it?
No, of course not.
You know, Aggie don't care much for me.
Well, it's not you, McCann. Aggie just don't go for hot dough. Well, she'd be happy if I'd take a job like this bill posting and stick with it for the rest of my life.
You ought to be careful. Aggie might get ideas that a stretch and sing sing would make you honest.
No, not Aggie.
She's a woman, ain't she? Remember, Ed, you can never figure a woman.
Next train for Philadelphia, Wilmington, Baltimore, Washington, and 201. Track 3.
Let's smoke a cigarette before we start on our next billboard, huh?
Yeah, it's okay with me, McCann. Well, how about it? Is Trenton a better spot than the others?
You gotta pass up Trenton, too. Give me a light.
Sure. What's the matter here?
Didn't you see? The Trenton police got a permanent detail right here in the station.
Well, there's never more than 2 cops. We can handle that.
Yeah, but remember, we gotta go up the stairs, through the station, and out on the street. It'll take time, too much time.
Okay, you're the boss. And I'll sure be glad when I can throw these posters down the sewer.
Soon. I'm gonna look over the Baltimore and Washington stations.
Well, that's crazy. Those big stations are rotten with guards.
Maybe. I'm going to take a look anyway. You finish up, go on back to New York, and meet you Sunday at Aggie's apartment.
Right.
Let's get going on that other poster.
Northbound train for New Brunswick, Elizabeth, Newark, and New York. Now arriving on track 1. Northbound train for New Brunswick, Elizabeth.
And all that stuff you told me was a lie, huh? McCann has been working with you. That bill posting job was just an act. You're just using it to case a job.
Now, take it easy, Aggie. What are you cooking there?
You'll find out when you eat it. Ed, you made me a promise.
Now, look, Aggie. There's no use trying to make me something I ain't.
No, I guess there isn't.
Now, McCann will be here in a few minutes. Now, be nice to the guy. He's a wonder, Aggie.
You'll get caught, Ed. They'll get you as sure as you're standing there.
Oh, not a chance, Aggie. It's going to be perfect. This is going to be the last job. Millions. I'll be fixed for life. That's McCann. I'll let him in. And don't you pop off in front of him. Hello, McCann.
Hi, Ed. Hello, Aggie. I said, Hello, Aggie.
I understand you're going to make $1 million, McCann.
Aggie, cut it, will you?
Go on, Aggie. What were you saying?
I understand you're casing the biggest job ever.
Now, look, McCann.
Shut up, Ed. So Ed told you, did he? Well, he told you right, Aggie.
So it's going to be the biggest thing ever, huh? Millions. So big you'll never have to pull another job.
What about it?
Okay, I'm for it. But only because it's going to be the last job.
Now, look, McCann, she gets an idea. You can't get it out of her head. What she would have found out anyway.
Okay, Ed, okay. Don't worry about it. I picked out our spot.
Yeah, where?
Washington, D.C.
Washington? Oh, you nuts. We'll never make it. They got 1 million cops down there.
The way I got it figured, it'll be a pipe.
Yeah?
The train pulls into the Union Station in Washington 5 minutes before 2 in the afternoon.
Broad daylight.
That's right. They unload the dough from the train on a baggage truck. It goes over the bridge, across First Street to the post office. And that's where we get it, at the bridge.
What about the guard?
No guards there. Only the guy that pushes the baggage truck. And then...
Machine gun, huh?
No shooting, Ed, I hope.
No?
We can help him. Now, I figure there'd be 5 or 6 big sacks of dough on the baggage truck. We kidnap the guy, make him grab 2, then we take as many as we can manage, load the dough, and then the guy in the car, and we're off.
With Mike at the wheel?
That's right.
When?
Lincoln's birthday. Ought to be nice and quiet. I'll ride down to Washington on a train, meet you right at the bridge. Mike will be in a car parked on First Street. When you see me get off the train...
Right on time, McCann. Everything's set.
Perfect. Come on. I got the door loaded.
Mike's got the car in a great spot. It's just a few feet from the bridge here.
Good. And here comes our baggage truck.
Now, you had all the angles figured, McCann. Look at those sacks of dough. Hey, wait a minute. There's 2 guys with a dough. Guard? Yeah, with a gun.
Got to switch plans, Ed. We don't kidnap the guy. We don't kidnap the guy.
No?
They walk by us. You crack the guard's skull. I'll take care of the other guy.
Right.
Now, watch him.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm all set. He's out.
Hey, what the devil are you doing? I got this one. Grab the money sack. I got 2. Yours okay? Yeah.
What about the other sack?
Plenty of these. Let's go. All right.
Come on, hurry it up, Mike.
You can slow down, Mike. Well, got away clean.
Okay, we can. How much you think we got? Stick to your driving, Mike. Count up the score later.
See, Ed? I tell you it'd be a pipe. Want to make a guess how much we got in these 3 sacks?
Oh, I don't know. $500,000?
2 million at least. 2 million? No kidding.
Watch the road, Mike. While you're dreaming, McCann, there ain't no 2 million.
You say there's only $500,000?
Yeah, $500,000. Tops.
Tell you what I'll do, Ed.
What?
Settle with you right now. You take $200,000 for your share of the score.
200,000, huh?
That's right.
You mean I'm guaranteed $200,000 even if my split comes out less?
Yeah, and everything over $200,000, I keep.
You're pretty sure of yourself, McCann.
You know?
Say 300,000, I'll think about it.
250,000.
300.
$250,000, Ed. Guaranteed.
300,000.
You heard my price.
Okay, McCann. You got a deal. $250,000.
McCann and his henchmen could hardly wait to settle the outcome of this curious bargain done, but they had no idea of the actual value of the huge shipment of currency they'd stolen.
Well, we're certainly curious to know how much it was, too, Director Malone. But first, here's a word from Waterman. Have you seen the new Waterman's Taper-Eye pens? Have you noticed how the point is so artfully encased in its plastic sheath, yet so deftly done that you see what you write? You don't write blind. And notice its graceful sweep of line from its glistening precious metal cap down to its finely molded barrel. Yes, it's sleek, it's slim, it's trim, it's beautiful. And behind this beauty and quality is Waterman's craftsmanship, craftsmanship that has been famous for more than 60 years. Every waterman's point individually ground by hand. Every waterman's ink feed fashioned to microscopic accuracy. Note this, too. Whether you pay only $3.50 for a stunning stalwart with its conventional point, or up to $13.50 for the magnificent stately, you get waterman's workmanship. That means good pens. Pens you can count on to give you faithful service over the years. Smart, sleek, and slim, really beautiful pens you'll be proud to own. Buy Waterman's for beauty. Buy Waterman's for easy writing. Buy Waterman's for long service. It's the sure way to get the best. Always look for the name Waterman. Now back to Gangbusters and the Honorable James Shuey Malone, Director of Public Safety, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You were telling us, Director Malone, how McCann and his gang made a clean getaway after robbing the shipment of currency.
Yes, Don. McCann had prepared a special hideout near Brentwood in the eastern section of Washington, D.C. After the robbery, the gang drove directly to the hideout. With shades drawn, they sat down around a heavy table on which mail sacks containing the huge money shipment were piled.
What do you say, McCann? Open them up. Shut up. Go ahead. You can still back out. That's over $2 million, man.
I settled for $250,000. I'll take it.
Hand me the knife, Mike. Sure. Well, here goes. Give me your stick. Get away, will you?
Look at it. Thousands.
Wait a minute.
What?
Look at it.
Well, I'll be...
Let's see that other sack. Come on, you can. Shut up.
The same.
How about it? Open the lid one. Right.
He's just like the others.
No, ain't that great?
Well, it's still full, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still.
The whole bunch ain't worth a nickel. It's all cut in half, mutilated.
Every bill, right down the middle.
Did it with nothing?
Not without the other half, it ain't. Well, looks like we picked a loser.
Well, you and me, McCann, but not Ed.
What do you mean?
He's got $250,000 coming, guaranteed. Yeah, McCann. What about that?
You expect me to pay off?
Well, a deal's a deal.
The deal hinges on how much we got. We got nothing.
I was guaranteed $250,000.
And?
Well, by rights, I should get it.
By rights, you should get it, yeah. Look, call off the deal, Ed. You get a double share, the next job.
Okay, the deal's off. Now, what happens now?
Every bill goes down the sewer tonight.
But
down the sewer, I said. Then we can all go back to New York and figure how we can make up for this bum score.
Post Office Inspector Reed to Captain Barney Dowd, New York detectives. Landed to escape today with $4 million in mutilated money consigned to Treasury Department, Washington. Narrowly missed equal amount good currency loaded on same baggage truck. Shipment originated Federal Reserve Bank, New York. Getaway car, dark sedan. Stolen license plates, 38-562. Check all possible suspects, New York gangs.
You see? If you'd listened to me, you wouldn't have had all this. But no, you gotta go ahead.
Aggie. Had enough missing a $4 million score without you rubbing it in.
Well, this ought to be a lesson to you.
You expecting anyone?
No.
Not McCann's not.
Cops?
Well, how should I know? I ain't taking chances.
Ed, put away that gun.
Shut up. Get over where you won't get hurt. Who is it?
Me, Mike. Open up.
Oh, Mike.
Okay.
Hey, come on in. Well?
McCann says he's got the hideout already. You should come over as soon as you can.
Okay.
Hello, Mike. You enjoy spending your cut?
Cut it, Aggie.
Can you imagine them Treasury guys cutting good money in half? There ought to be a law.
That's why they cut it in half, on account of guys like you.
Yeah? Just look at them, will you? Look. They saved a couple of them.
Why, McCann told you to dump all that stuff in the sewer.
What harm could a few of them do? I can't bend them.
Well, get rid of those bills, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
If McCann catches you with them, he'll skin you alive. Okay, I'll get you. Now, look, Aggie. McCann's got the old hideout lined up on Academy Avenue. We'll work it like the other time. I'll be going out for food. You call me at that delicatessen at 11:30 every night, like you used to, from a payphone.
Well, you don't think you're hot enough for the cops to tap the phone here?
You can't tell. You got the number?
Yeah, it's written down someplace. Ed, you should have stuck to that bill posting job. You should have stuck.
Inspector Reed speaking.
Captain Barney Dowd, Inspector, New York Police.
Oh, yes, Captain. What can I do for you?
Inspector, I think we have a couple of those mutilated bills from your Union Station robbery.
Hey, where'd they turn up, Captain?
A kid found halves with two $20 bills in an ash can uptown in Washington Heights. And the neighborhood may give us a lead.
Well?
The ash can belongs to a house where a girl named Aggie Morgan has an apartment on the 4th floor.
Who's this Aggie Morgan, Captain?
Well, she's a girlfriend of Ed McNamara. And McNamara's certainly one man who could be in on that kind of job.
Hey, thanks, Captain Dowd. I'll take the next train to New York.
You're not doing yourself any good, Aggie.
I know what I'm doing. Even if I knew where Ed was, I wouldn't tell you coppers.
All right. You might as well take her to headquarters, Inspector.
I haven't seen Ed in weeks.
Who's Ed been palling with lately?
How should I know?
You could help, Ed.
Yeah, how?
If you were to tell us who Ed was with on that Washington train robbery, things might go a lot easier.
You wouldn't kid me, copper.
We'll have to hold you as a material witness.
You mean keep me in jail?
Until we find Ed McNamara. If you told us where he is, you wouldn't have to go.
You mean that?
We do, Aggie.
And things would go easier for Ed?
You have my word.
I'll make a bargain with you, Captain Dowd.
What?
You just let me stay here. The minute Ed walks in, I'll tell him to phone you.
Why, you...
All right, man. Take her to headquarters.
I don't have to push. I can walk by myself.
We won't get much out of her, Captain Dowd.
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, where do we go from here? We're not even sure Ed McNamara was in on the Washington job.
No, but if I know Ed, he sure could have been. I'll have my men do a thorough job on this apartment. Maybe something will turn up to give us a break.
Hey, finish up that drink, Ed. You don't want to stay away from the hideout too long.
I wish I knew how hot we are, McCann.
There's no sense taking chances. Look, Ed, I'm going to run over to Newark.
Yeah?
Yeah, I want to talk to a guy about a couple of payroll jobs to tide us over. Now, you get some food in the joint so we can hold up for a while.
Yeah, I'll get it in that delicatessen.
Yeah. They got good stuff. Good enough for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that ought to be plenty. Yeah, it doesn't look like the Casa made us for that Washington job.
Why should they? Those two guys we slugged didn't get a good look at us, and all that phony dough was down the sewer. How about the license plates?
I got them hid under the carpet.
Well, we can't use those plates again, so tomorrow we dump them in the river.
Good. Then there's nothing they can pin on us.
You better get on with the hideout. Go out for the food later.
Right.
I'll be back from Newark about midnight.
Midnight, huh?
Yeah. Wait up for me. See you at 12.
Inspector Ray.
Captain Dowd, Inspector.
Oh, yes, Captain. Anything interesting in Aggie's apartment?
Well, among other things, we found a phone number.
Phone number?
A delicatessen on Academy Avenue. It's too far away from Aggie's apartment for her to buy food there, but she may be contacting Ed McNamara through the public phone there.
Good work, Captain.
I'll pick you up in about 10 minutes, Inspector, and we'll see if this pays off. Attention, Manhattan Detective Squads. Ed McNamara spotted entering delicatessen on Academy Avenue after leaving rooming house 2 doors away. Emergency squads, prepare for raid. Emergency squads, prepare for raid. Inside of house will be covered by Captain Dowd's detail.
We wait at the head of the stairs on the 2nd floor, Inspector.
Yeah, that should give us good cover.
We can rush down and get him if he opens his room on the 1st floor. Get your gun ready.
Yeah. Think McNamara's got that one down there all by himself?
Most likely. The way this bunch operates, they usually split up after a job.
Hey, street door's open.
Put him up, Ed.
Yeah, what?
That's it. Keep him high. Come on, Inspector.
Hey, what's the matter, Kurt?
Get inside your room.
All right.
Frisk him.
I ain't got a gun.
We'll find that out.
Nothing on him, Captain.
See, I told you.
Put the cuffs on him.
Right.
Where's your roommate, Ed?
What roommate? I'm staying here alone. What do you want me for, anyway?
That Washington mail stick-up.
I never even heard of it.
You'll hear plenty about it before we're finished.
Okay, so I'll hear plenty. Now take me downtown and book me so I can get a night's sleep. It's already midnight.
I guess we'd better take him in, eh, Inspector?
Yeah, I suppose so. Grab your hat, Ed.
I don't need no hat. Let's get out of here.
You're awful anxious to get booked, Ed.
Oh, am I?
Yeah. Why do you want to go to jail so fast?
I told you, I want some sleep.
Well, I think we'll wait around and see who you're expecting.
I ain't expecting anybody.
It's only midnight. We've got lots of time.
Now take me in, will you?
We're staying a while. Shut the door, will you, Inspector?
Right.
What do you know about that Washington mail job, Ed?
I said I never even heard of it.
Well, that's a start. Let's all go over and sit down. We'll talk about it. Go ahead.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's under this carpet.
What is it, Ed?
Well, the landlord put it there. It's a piece of tin. Covers a hole in the floor.
Okay. Run over and sit down. I'll have a look under the carpet. Well.
What is it, Captain?
District of Columbia license plate.
38-562, the getaway car. Well, that pins it on.
Well, Ed, might as well talk now. Get your gun ready. Ed, tell the door's unlocked to come in. Tell him.
Door's unlocked. Come in.
What's the idea?
Joe McCann.
Watch him. You won't get me.
That's Joe McCann.
Okay. Good. I'm through.
Put the cuffs on him.
Right.
All right, you two, let's go. You'll have a lot of years to think about the $4 million you didn't get.
All Joe McCann and Ed McNamara got from the $4 million Washington currency robbery done were long terms in a federal penitentiary. While in prison, McCann handpicked a new gang from among his fellow convicts. With him, they were to carry out a new series of spectacular crimes.
And that's next week's case, isn't it, Director Malone?
Yes, Don.
We'll look forward to hearing these inside facts, Director Malone, and thank you for a fine report tonight. Now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, here is a word from Waterman. If I were to ask you, what do you buy ink for, you'd answer, why, that's easy, to write with. But then I'd answer and say, do you know there's an ink, Waterman's Blue Black ink, which gives you up to 6,500 extra words per filling of your pen? Yes, Waterman's ink goes up to 3 times as far as other nationally advertised ink. This is a fact proved by actual tests conducted by a nationally known independent laboratory. Here's another fact. Waterman's Blue Black ink is all ink. Nothing added, no dilution, no harmful solvent. That's another reason why Waterman's ink enables you to write with clear, sharp letters, writing that resists the passing of time as well as fading in the effects of water. Of course you buy ink to write with, but when you buy Waterman's Blue Black ink, you write much more with one filling of your pen. You write easily, clearly, and the writing lasts as long as the paper it's written on. You pay only 10 cents for Waterman's ink in the handy tip-fill bottle. In addition to Waterman's Blue Black, you can choose among 7 other smart colors. Next time, get this world-favorite ink, Waterman. Now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week as a public service to assist American police in their war against the underworld.
Attention, citizens West Coast. Be on watch for Antonio Tavera, indicted for murder of federal officer, engaged in performance of forearm. Watch for escaped murderer William Alfred Sawyer. Wanted by FBI. Indiana armed robbery charge. Frank Elmer Berman. 5 feet 11 and 1/2 inches. 185 pounds. Brown hair, brown eyes. 5 moles on right side of face. 3 moles on left side of face. Tattoos. Anchor left forearm. Heart left wrist. Watch for Frank Elmer Berman. Considered dangerous.
These are the clues on the most urgently sought persons in the United States tonight, March 23rd. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once.
Next week, new facts about Joe McCann and the West Side Syndicate. New members handpicked behind prison walls. New daring, new devices, new successes. Until the steady hand of the law moves in to prove again the old truths about the wages of sin.
Listen next week, same time, same station, to this case of Joe McCann and the West Side Syndicate on Gangbusters. And remember, in peace or in war, the American Red Cross never ends its efforts to relieve suffering and pain. So give generously. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production for Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink. This is the American Broadcasting.
Stay tuned for the next half hour for one of radio's outstanding dramatic productions on Proudly We Hail. Proudly We Hail. And now another Proudly We Hail, one of radio's outstanding dramatic half hours, transcribed coast to coast in cooperation with this station and presented by your Army and your Air Force. From Radio City, New York, here is your host and star on Proudly We Hail, the distinguished star of the theater, screen, radio, and television, Conrad Nagel. Thank you, Kenneth Banghart. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to Proudly We Hail. We're especially pleased to present our Christmas program, an original play entitled Christmas Story. Our first act curtain will rise in just a moment after this brief but important message. The United States Army and United States Air Force are expanding. Young men and young women with the will to learn can get ahead fast. So take advantage of the opportunities for advancement that can be yours by enlisting now. And I'd like to point out that every man and every woman in the United States has a definite part in the stepped-up program of national defense. And there's a special need for young women between 18 and 34 for service in the Women's Army Corps. You'll enjoy the gratifying feeling of satisfaction that comes in doing your part for your country during these critical times. Visit your local United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting stations. Talk to the local recruiter and learn all the facts. Volunteer today. And now, with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Gaius, your Army and your Air Force present the Proudly We Hail production, Christmas Story. The road twisted and turned through the wild country, leading ever southward. It was an old road that had known the passing of countless generations. It was a narrow road, where a man's safety often depended on the numbers who traveled with him. After dark, it was an empty road, where only madmen, beggars, and the unwary set foot. For it ran through a land in which the people were oppressed, poverty-stricken, and desperate. It ran through the land called Judah. Gaius, why do we tarry? The light will be gone in another hour. Youth is always in a hurry. I'm not that young, my friend. We may ride this road as Romans during the light hours, but after darkness... I know. We're not liked, are we, Marius? Liked? Liked by whom? The people here. You joke. You call the wretches who infest this broken land people? And what would you call them? I have some choice names.
You like to hear them?
The yoke of the conqueror lies heavily on their shoulders.
They not only hate us, they hate each other.
And yet, even with Herod to rule them, their spirit is strong.
Herod? That fat-bellied pirate? I don't know why Augustus doesn't have him fed to the lion.
Augustus sent me to this land to observe the people and their conditions. You know that.
I gathered it from what you said.
I've been here little more than a month. But it took me only a day to see that this was not a happy land. And yet there's a feeling here. A feeling I can't quite place. Almost as though...
It's a feeling of not knowing when somebody's going to try and cut your throat.
How long have you been stationed here, Marius? 4, 5 years?
5. And by Jupiter, I wouldn't be sorry to leave.
Have you learned anything about these people in that time?
Yes, Gaius, I have. And the fact that I'm still alive proves it. Now, you may be my superior in years and position, but I insist that we put speed to our mounts.
Where do we stop this night?
I know of an inn that's not too bad. It lies in the city ahead, the city of David. A place called, Bethlehem. Innkeeper, bring more wine here. Lost in thought, Gaius?
Observing, Marius, observing. He does a thriving business, this one.
It must be one of their pilgrimages. They're always having them for one thing or another.
They have but one God, and it is not of stone as ours are.
And that alone should give you an idea of the madness that runs in their veins. Innkeeper, why so crowded this night?
Gracious sir, Caesar has decreed that all must sign the royal register. Man, woman, and child. They come to...
That's it. Now I recall. All right, put the wine down and go.
Yes, there was talk of this at Herod's court. It slipped my mind.
Mine as well. Well, you'll have plenty of chance to observe the people now, Gaius.
A stroke of luck.
More wine?
No, I've had enough.
Poison? But one must like his thirst.
Yes, of course.
Gaius, what is it? What's come over you? Are you ill? You're not yourself.
Sorry, Marius. I'm not very good company, am I? My thoughts will not let me rest.
Thoughts of what?
They're not easily explained.
Oh?
Perhaps I'm weary of life. Rome is great. Rome is powerful. Augustus is just. And I am a successful and honored man. Still...
Is there anything else a man could wish for, Gaius?
I don't know. Probably not, and that may be one reason for my mood. I'm like a man searching for something and not knowing what it is. But I've never felt it so strongly as here.
Perhaps you're homesick for Rome.
Sick of Rome, Marius. I shock you. But in my heart, I'm sick of it. Sick of its riches, its power, its decadence. Sick of its God.
You speak blasphemy.
I speak what is in my mind.
Then I would speak it softly, lest we are overheard.
Oh, yes. One must be cautious at all times.
This land has affected you evilly, Gaius. It does that to some.
It's affected me, I'll grant you that. I wish I knew why. I think I'll go for a walk. Care to join me?
Do you want to be found in the gutter in the morning?
Conquerors who are afraid to step out of doors after dark, eh? I'll take my chances.
By Zeus, you're hard on a man's patience.
Stay here, then, and drink your wine. I'll be all right.
If anything happened to you, Augustus would have my hide. Humor you I must. Come. We'll go stumble around in the dark and dare the knives of beggars. There they watch us like jackals, waiting to strike.
And were you one of them, how would you watch it?
What would you have me do, stand here and freeze? It grows darker and more chill at every breath.
I've never seen a night so dark, so quiet.
All the more reason for us to get back inside.
Do you have the feeling as though everything was holding its breath?
I do not. I have the feeling that you've lost your mind and need a physician. What do you plan to do, stand out on this hill all night?
The only light seems to be coming from the inn down there.
Well, Augustus can hang me up by my heels. But that's just where I'm heading. We'll know without you.
Enough, Marius. Come, we'll go back. I have been a poor friend, I'm afraid.
An uncommon strange one this night.
Yes, it's true. I am not myself.
If by morning you're not recovered, I'll summon a physician.
To conjure the evil spirit from me, eh?
Watch your step. To conjure I know not what from you. Now perhaps I can breathe freely again. The gods have favored us, although I know not why.
A welcome light in all the darkness. I wonder, Marius...
Hold.
Someone comes.
And from behind. I like it not.
Calm yourself. We're but a stone's throw from the inn. No one would dare attack us here.
So you think. Stand in this alley until whoever it is passes.
Do you think if they meant us harm, they would announce their coming?
I tell you, you don't know these people. Please do as I say, Gaius.
Oh, as you wish, but I...
Quiet. They come.
Brigands, eh? Cutthroats. Thieves in the night. Well, a man and his woman riding a donkey. A fine thing for two proud Romans to be afraid of.
Scout if you like, Gaius, but if you know these...
Look, they go to the same inn as we. Come along, we'll have a better look at these dangerous people.
Well, because I take precautions for your safety, there's no reason to mock me.
I do not mean to mock you, Marius. I think you overcautious, that's all.
Well, they could come from the moon, for all of me.
Who knocks at this hour?
We seek lodging for the night.
Well, seek elsewhere. There's no room here. I'm filled up.
My wife, her time is near.
Tell me not your troubles. I have more than enough of my own.
There is no place you could put us?
None. No. Be gone. My dear, chill.
Could you tell us...
I can tell you nothing but to go away and seek elsewhere.
Hold there.
Who speaks?
Oh, sir, I did not see you.
You have no room for these people?
None, I swear it. Even the floor space is taken.
I saw clean hay in your stable. What about that? Why can't they stay there?
Stable? Well, I have not thought that... If you would care to stay there, why... Well, we shall stay, and gladly. I thank you, sir.
No need. It's a dark night and cold. Let us go in, Marius. You are listening to the special Proudly We Hail Christmas program presented by your Army and your Air Force, an original play entitled Christmas Stories. Now with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Gaius, here is the second act.
Gaius, what is it? Can't you sleep?
Oh, I'm sorry if I woke you, Marius. I was asleep. I had a strange dream. I can't remember it very well, but it woke me, and now sleep will not come.
Should have drunk more wine. Oh, Gaius. What am I going to do with you?
The best thing is to stop worrying.
The innkeeper nearly fell over in a fit when you spoke up. Since when has a Roman gone out of his way to assist the rabble?
Oh, how blind you are.
Huh?
They were not rabble. The man had a fine face, and the woman was beautiful to look upon, not like other women. Because their clothes were poor, does that make them rabble?
Get some sleep, Gaius. We have a long way to travel tomorrow.
I keep my eyes shut tight, perhaps sleep will come. If I should be tired, and yet I'm not. For there's no shutting out my thoughts. Why? Why do I feel this way? My life passing before me like an empty vessel on a dark sea. Could Marius be right? Is this land full of demons that drive a man to madness? What manner of people are these that go around in rags, broken, and yet look skyward to a God of strength and mercy? Strength and mercy. How does one beget the other? The merciful are weak and oppressed, and the strong are without mercy hated. That man and his wife, he had no fear of me, yet neither was there hate in his eyes. I believe he was grateful. And the woman, it seemed she smiled only. There was warmth in it. And were I not a Roman, a conqueror, I might know them and be their friend. It must be cold in that stable. Now, by all the gods, what magic is this? Marius, wake up, man. Marius!
What is it? What's the matter, Gaius? Stop shaking me like I was a rag doll.
Look at the light out there.
Huh? Here, calm yourself, Gaius. You've been dreaming again.
I have not been dreaming. What is that light? Where did it come from?
It's only the moon. You never seen the moon, Gaius? Now, sit down here. Look at you. You're shaking.
I was lying there thinking. I opened my eyes, and suddenly the room was filled with this strange light. Have you ever known the moon to shine so brightly?
On such a dark night, it always seems to shine brightly.
There is no moon tonight.
Huh?
There was no moon last night. You'll recall we mentioned it.
Well, we must have been wrong. Well, what else could it be?
I don't know. This window is too small to see.
What are you doing?
I'm going outside to have a look.
Are you mad?
I told you I was lying there, and it filled the room.
I know. It came out of the clouds. You know how dark it's been.
I tell you, the moon never made a light like this.
If you don't lower your voice, you'll wake everyone in the inn. They'll think you've gone mad, too.
Think as you like, I'm going out.
All right. We'll go outside. We'll look at the moon. And then we'll come back here. And if you disturb me once more this night, Gaius, I swear by Jupiter, I'll tie you to your bed.
When it happened, it was as though I heard voices. A great many voices singing. Now tell me it's the moon.
Black magic. Witchery. Oh. The gods are angry.
No. Your marble gods have naught to do with this.
It's the end of the world. That star is falling right on us.
It falls not, but hangs over us. There is peace in its light. There is no evil in there. Only goodness. And I am not afraid.
What? What can it mean? There must be a meaning. Those stars shone so brightly. Oh, so close.
I know not the meaning. But the trouble is gone from my heart.
Huh? Yes. Look there. Others come. Be on your guard.
Down from the hills. They must be shepherds. And they seem in a hurry. Perhaps they know the meaning.
How could such ignorant beggars know anything? Stay clear of them, I say.
Oh, Marius, when will you learn? When will you... Will you come with me, or will you stay here and tremble?
I'm as brave as any man.
Then take your hand from your sword and come. Oh, good friends, wait. Wait for us.
Good friends, indeed. They'll run like rabbits when they see the color of our cloth.
Let's hope not. Well, they seem to be waiting for us. And in this light, they can see your helmet.
Too frightened to run now. Watch them grovel at your feet and say nothing.
We mean no harm, but we'll have words with you. Oh, please, do not be afraid.
We fear not. When you address the Roman...
Marius, be still. You are shepherds?
Yes. We are shepherds. Our flocks are in the fields above.
And you leave them without protection?
They are safe. The Lord watches them. No harm can come to them.
May I ask what you do here? Well?
Speak up when you're spoken to.
Marius. Good shepherds. We could not sleep. The light woke us. Know you its meaning? Its true meaning?
You're a Roman. You wouldn't believe our word.
Forget my race if you can. I'm a man like yourself, and I would know.
It is news that all should know, even a Roman. Tell him. So be it. You ask of the light. We, too, saw it, and did not completely understand. At first, we were afraid.
Well?
Because of our faith, we lost our fear. It was written long ago by the prophet Isaiah that great things would come to pass in the city of David to those who watched in the field. The prophet wrote that the light would bring glad tidings for all the world. This night, as on all others, we were keeping watch over our flock. Darkness is like a great black cloak. Even the fire gives no light. Never has it been so quiet. Even our charges are silent. They sleep not, yet they sleep not. To see just one star. The jackals are hushed. Who has known a night when the jackals did not cry? The night will pass, no matter how dark or how quiet.
Our brethren in the next field. They too heard it.
They're not blind or deaf. You must not fear.
Easily said.
Aye, but the heart beats another tune.
The Lord watches over us.
If you like, I shall say David's psalm. Say it. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pasture. He leadeth me beside still waters to restore my soul. He guideth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff. Your words are music in the heart of the weary, but the darkness is no lesson. The silence grows. What is there in either to harm us?
Be not afraid, for behold, I bring you tidings of great joy which shall be to all the people. For there is born to you this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this is the sign unto you. You shall find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying in a manger.
Lying in a manger. And know you where to find this manger?
The star shines over it.
I can take you to the exact place.
Gaius, don't tell me you believe the raving...
Marius, be silent. Either be silent or go back to your bed. Now, friends, if you will follow me, I think I can lead you to the place you seek.
Babe was wrapped in swaddling clothes. How could they know?
They told you how they knew. Do you not know the truth when you hear it?
But it is beyond belief.
No, Marius. No, it is not beyond my belief now.
They knelt and worshipped the child.
Yes. Emmanuel, they call him. God with us.
I don't understand.
Nor I completely, Marius. But I have a feeling like none I've ever known. That this night will be remembered long after we are dust. Something has happened here this night, not meant for any one race or people, but for all mankind. From this day forward. Ladies and gentlemen, here speaking for the men and women of your Army and your Air Force is our distinguished star, Mr. Conrad Nagel. Well, friends, frankly, I can't tell you all what it means for me to be the spokesman for the men and women of our Army and our Air Force and extend to you their best wishes for Christmas 1951. Now, many things have been said many ways about what we all believe in and are willing to fight to keep. At this season, it seems to me that one of the important reasons for our feeling as we all do about our way of life is that here in our country we can say, Merry Christmas and mean it. Christmas is always wonderful, of course. But it seems to me at this time in all our lives it means more than ever to all of us. More even than the mystic magic that always comes with Christmas. For I feel that Christmas has come to symbolize what we and our fighting forces stand for throughout the entire world. The men and women of our armed forces are serving and fighting to maintain the truths that were written long ago. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. And so, friends, speaking for all of us on Proudly We Hail and as spokesman for our Army and our Air Force, the happiest of Christmases to you all.
This has been the special Christmas program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed coast to coast by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. Proudly We Hail stars Conrad Nagel. This is Kenneth Banghart joining Conrad Nagel and speaking for all of us on Proudly We Hail, wishing you all a very Merry Christmas.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Say, and I've got a little something to tell you myself. I want to tell you that if you haven't sent in for your free recipe calendar, I think we've still got enough on hand to take care of you if you hurry. The requests have been pouring in like mad, literally by the thousands. No wonder. It's really a terrific offer. It's a calendar for 1945 and 46. It's in full color, and it tells you all you have to know about cooking with Petri wine. Write to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. But better hurry so we can get your recipe calendar to you immediately. And now let's drop in on our good friend, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman.
Where are the puppies tonight?
Well, I found them playing with a dead seagull, so they've been sent up to bed in disgrace.
Well, you certainly look comfortable yourself, Doctor. What's that small blue book you're reading, the latest bestseller?
No, indeed not. This book was never a bestseller, my boy. It's entitled Practical Handbook of Bee Culture, with some observations on the segregation of the queen.
Quite a catchy title. Who's the author?
A fellow by the name of Sherlock Holmes. He was engaged in writing it when the adventure I'm going to tell you about took place.
Well, you told us last week, Doctor, that a pair of canaries played an important part in the story.
That's quite right, Mr. Foreman. It was in the summer of 1908, I remember, and I'd persuaded Holmes to leave his Sussex bee farm for a few weeks and to join me in a holiday at the little fishing village of Kingsgate in Kent. We were staying at a charming little inn called the Fisherman's Arms, and for the first few days, our holiday was a delightful one. And then,
I suppose, Doctor, strange things began to happen.
They did indeed, Mr. Foreman, they did indeed. Very strange things. One afternoon, we just finished a late tea, I remember, and were sitting outside on the lawn sunning ourselves and enjoying our pipes. Holmes lay back with his long, thin fingers crossed behind his head, gazing thoughtfully at the multicolored fishing boats bobbing at anchor in the harbor. After a moment or two, he spoke to me.
Watson, you're really a splendid companion. I can't think of anyone else who would let me smoke my pipe in silence for half an hour without asking me what I'm thinking about.
That's not very surprising, Holmes, after all the years that we've been together.
Well, nevertheless, the gift is a rare one, old chap, and I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, old fellow. By the way, since the half hour's up, what have you been thinking about?
The lack of enterprise of a modern criminal. Audacity and romance seem to have passed forever from the criminal world. Read this note I received this morning, old fellow. See for yourself how low I have sunk.
All right, so look. Mr. Holmes, I am staying in the same inn as yourself, and as I have had a very frightening experience this week, I thought perhaps you would help me. Please do. It's signed Mary Victor.
An exciting document, isn't it? Written on lavender notepaper, reeking of perfume, and the handwriting is obviously that of an adolescent girl.
You haven't bothered to answer the course.
Oh, yes, I have. I sent a message back by our good landlord that I would be glad to see her.
Why, Holmes? You came down here to complete your handbook on bee farming.
Oh. Confound it. Those two wretched canaries are getting their sunbath on the windowsill above us.
Oh, I think it's rather jolly to hear little fellows chirping away up there.
Oh, I find the sound most distracting. Let's go inside.
You know, Holmes, those birds are owned by a charming couple, Mr. and Mrs. Wainwright. I was chatting with them on the stairs this morning.
I'm afraid their charm will escape me as long as their pets continue to tweet in that irritating manner. You've spoken of the peace and quiet of the country inn, Watson, and yet I find that... Come in. Ah, Miss Mary Victor, I presume.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Please come in. Close the door, won't you? Thank you. This is my old friend, Dr. Watson. You may speak quite freely in front of him.
How do you do, Miss Victor?
How do you do, Doctor?
Now, sit down, young lady, and tell me what's troubling you.
Mr. Holmes, I came down here from London to get away from someone. But I'd been followed. I'd been afraid to leave the inn. Until last night I felt I couldn't stand being cooped up any longer. So I went for a walk on the seashore. Someone followed me, Mr. Holmes. I ran back here as fast as I could. But now he knows where I live. And I'm frightened. Please help me.
My dear Miss Victor, I'm afraid you must be much more specific before I can help you. Who has followed you down here, and why are you afraid of him?
I'll tell you the whole story. It'll sound strange to you, but I swear it. Oh, there he is again, down by the gate. I'm going to my room.
Now. Don't you be frightened, Miss Victor. I'm sure we'll be... Oh, that's all. Extraordinary thing.
I don't see anyone outside who might have frightened her. There are 2 or 3 fishermen loitering about. Wait a minute. Here's a young fellow walking up the path. Come on, Watson. Out through the French windows again.
Oh, good gracious me. Here we go again.
I think we'll take the liberty of accosting him. Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Are you looking for Miss Mary Victor?
Is she young and pretty?
Yes, sir. She is. Extremely so.
Then I'm looking for her. Where can I find her?
I can see you're being facetious, sir.
Well, there's no harm in that, is there? By the way, who are you gentlemen, may I ask?
My name is Holmes, and this is my friend Dr. Watson.
I'm Basil Carter. You're not Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That is my name.
I thought you seemed familiar. I know your brother, Mycroft.
Oh, indeed. Then I presume you're connected with the Foreign Office.
Yes, I'm in the consular service.
Are you staying at the inn, young man?
For a few days. It's funny that I should run into the great Sherlock Holmes.
Why, may I ask?
I was planning a murder.
Oh, really?
But with you gentlemen here, I see that I shall have to be very discreet.
Who is your intended victim, may I inquire?
There are 2 of them. The 2 canaries in the room next to mine.
Oh, canaries. For a moment I thought that you were really serious.
But I am serious. The wretched creatures have been driving me mad.
I quite sympathize with you, sir. I've been thinking of committing a slight case of mayhem on them myself.
We can take one apiece, Mr. Holmes. Well, I'm glad to have met you both. I'll probably see you again.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, sir. Goodbye. I don't like that fellow, Holmes. If you ask me, he's the man who's been frightening the poor girl that came to us. He had a peculiar look on his face when you asked me he was looking for Mary Victor.
Well, there's only one person who can settle the question, and that's the young lady herself. Come on, old fellow. Let's go back indoors.
Here comes Wainwright, the owner of the Canaries. Good evening, Mr. Wainwright.
Good evening, gentlemen.
This is my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I'm honored to meet you, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Wainwright?
Beautiful evening, isn't it? I just took a stroll down to the store to get some more birdseed. By the way, Mr. Holmes, I hope our canaries don't bother you. Little fellows are such a comfort to my wife and me.
Oh, no, not at all, sir. I find that chirruping very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Mr. Wilson.
Not Wilson, Mr. Holmes. Wainwright.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I thought you said Wilson. Good night.
Well, not like you to mix up names, Holmes.
I didn't mix them up, old fellow. I never forget a face. Mr. Wainwright is in reality Wilson, the notorious Canary trainer, whom I had the pleasure of sending to prison for a 7-year stretch in '95. Some years later, he made one of the most spectacular escapes from prison in the history of crime, and has since managed to evade all efforts to recapture him.
Great Scott, he seems such a sweet old fellow.
Well, possibly he's reformed, but I doubt it. Our stage is set for an intriguing problem, old chap, and our cast is an interesting one. A frightened young girl, a diplomat of uncertain integrity, and a noted criminal. Watson, I have a feeling that once again the game's afoot.
Holmes, why are we strolling along the pier instead of staying at the inn? I thought you said that you were expecting trouble.
I am, old chap, and I'm sure it'll find us out.
You know, Holmes, I'm still completely mystified by the behavior of that girl, Mary Victor. I knocked at her door last evening, again this morning. I couldn't get any answer.
And the landlord told me that she was not seen at dinner last night, nor at breakfast this morning, and yet her room has not been vacated. Curious.
Hello, there's the village constable sunning himself at the end of the pier.
Good morning, Sergeant Blake.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. How are you, gentlemen?
Yes, splendid, thank you, Sergeant, and very appreciative of the weather that you've provided for us.
Oh, think nothing of it, sir. We always arrange that for our really distinguished visitors. By the way, Mr. Holmes, I was reading one of your friend's stories about you last night. The one called The Adventure of Mysteria Lodge.
That was, Wisteria Lodge, you foolish fellow.
Well, maybe it was. Anyway, I was reading it aloud to me old woman. And if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, we both thought you made a bad mistake.
Oh, really?
Though, of course, you come out all right in the end.
Dear me, Sergeant, I stand reproved.
Excuse me, Sergeant. Holmes, look. Look at that figure standing by itself right at the end of the pier.
Mm-hmm. Our friend Wilson, the Canary trainer.
He's got a revolver.
Here, we don't want any of these goings on in Kingsgate.
Come on.
Here, you. What are you doing waving that revolver about?
Keep back, the three of you.
I'm the law here. Don't you tell me what to do.
Keep back, I say. I'm not afraid to fire. Better do as he says, Sergeant. You don't want to trifle with. Just exactly what are you up to, Wilson?
You caught up with me once again, Sherlock Holmes. But this time you're not going to send me back to a prison again, and maybe the gallows. If I can't escape you, then I'll take my own way out with this revolver.
Wilson, what in thunder are you talking about?
The murder at the inn last night. I did it.
Murder?
I'm confessing in front of the three of you. Oh, you leave my wife alone. She didn't know anything about it. Now, I hope you're satisfied, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
He's pointing the revolver as he has.
Wilson, you fool, stop it!
Strike me pink. He done it. Over the pier and into the sea.
Get help, Sergeant. It's possible he isn't dead.
Right, sir.
Come on, Watson.
We're going back to the inn, I suppose.
Of course we are. We've just heard a murder confession, but we don't know who has been murdered.
Holmes, what was the telegram that you sent off just now?
A message to my brother, Mycroft. The innkeeper informed me that Basil Carter, the young diplomat we met yesterday, left the inn rather hurriedly in the early hours of this morning. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Well, we'll have to break the news to Mrs. Wainwright, I suppose.
Before we do that, I think we'll see if Miss Victor's in her room. Which one is it?
Here, top of the stairs.
We'll take the liberty of looking in. Miss Victor hasn't been seen since last night. Uh-huh. Unlocked.
Lord, what a mess. Clothes strewn all over the place, open suitcases.
Yes, it
Look at
looks
this.
as if the young lady had been planning an immediate departure.
Where can she be? No one's seen her since last night.
Oh, I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I thought I heard Mary Victor come in. I'm Mrs. Wainwright.
Mrs. Wainwright, I'm afraid we have some rather bad news for you.
Your husband shot himself a quarter of an hour ago at the end of the pier, and his body fell into the sea.
Is he dead?
We must presume so, madam. I left the police sergeant there searching for him. Sergeant Blake should be back here any moment now.
So he did it. After all.
You don't seem very surprised, madam.
He threatened to do it.
Mrs. Wainwright, before your husband shot himself, he confessed to committing a murder in this inn last night.
A murder? Whose murder?
At the moment, we're not quite sure.
Oh, he must have been out of his mind.
Mrs. Wainwright, I'm afraid I must ask you some rather painful questions. Are you aware that your husband was a criminal, that he served a prison sentence under the name of Wilson?
Yes, I knew that. He told me when we were married 2 years ago. But he said that he'd gone straight ever since he'd come out of prison. That's why he changed his name. He was trying to make a fresh start.
You know no reason for his planning to kill anyone at this inn?
None. And unless you find someone murdered, I wouldn't give too much thought to it.
Yes, if you'll forgive my saying so, madam, you seem remarkably unmoved by your husband's tragedy.
Why should I pretend? We were very unhappy together. This might be the best way out of it for both of us.
Oh, my soul.
My husband carried quite a large amount of life insurance. In the event of suicide, would that be payable?
Depends on the policy, madam. But I must say that from your attitude, I begin to doubt whether your husband is dead.
What do you mean?
I mean that if Mr. Wilson, or if you prefer it, Mr. Wainwright, wished to disappear in spectacular style, what could be simpler than to pretend to shoot himself, drop into the sea...
Mr. Holmes.
I'm up here, Sergeant. Ah, did you find him?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. We fished him out right away. Dead as a doornail. Shot himself to the head, he did.
Well, that disposes of your last theory, Holmes.
Did you find the revolver, Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am. Got it right here with me. One bullet missing. Have you found out if anyone here's been murdered, Mr. Holmes?
I found out very little as yet. Wait a moment. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Exactly. You hear nothing. Yet we're within a few feet of the Wainwright's room.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I mean that there is one sound we should be hearing very clearly at the moment. Why, I think of it before. The sound of your canaries chirruping. You've heard little else for days. Come on, Watson.
Where are you going?
Your room, madam. I'm afraid I must dispense with asking your permission.
You're already in my room. It seems a little late even to mention the subject.
Here's the birdcage, the windowsill. Oh, the birds are gone.
No, old chap. If you look more closely, you'll see them on the bottom of the cage.
Let me open this door and get one of them out. By Jove, Holmes. They're dead.
And yet when we entered the inn a few minutes ago, they were still chirruping.
But who on earth would want to kill a couple of birds?
That, my dear fellow, is one of the things we have to find out. So far, I must admit, I'm puzzled. We have a self-confessed murderer, and the nearest thing we can find to a corpse is a pair of dead canaries. We'll bring you the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. A second I'll take, if you don't mind, to ask you if you've ever had a glass of Petri California sherry. Because if you haven't, boy, you want to remedy that situation pronto. Try that Petri sherry before dinner some evening. Look at its clear amber color. Smell the fragrance of those luscious grapes. And get a sample of that Petri flavor. That Petri sherry can turn the usual before-dinner lull into a main event. And say, if you like your sherry dry, as I do, wait till you taste Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Is that ever good? But after all, when it's a Petri wine, it's always a good wine. And now, back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. Strange events are taking place in the Kentish fishing village of Kingsgate. A self-confessed murderer has committed suicide, but his victim cannot be found. As we rejoin our story, the great detective and his old friend Dr. Watson are once again examining the room of Mary Victor, one of the missing guests.
You know, Holmes, the murder that Wilson confessed to before he committed suicide might have been the killing of those two canaries.
I think not, old chap. Wilson obviously loved the creatures and kept them in spite of the fact that they were dangerously apt to identify him with his criminal past. Interesting. Very interesting.
Huh? What have you found?
This note lying on Miss Victor's dressing table. Here.
Let's have a look. You think you can hide from me, Mary, but you can't. Wherever I go, I shall follow you. So why not get wise to yourself and stop running away? Sounds as if the poor girl was in danger, all right.
Possibly, but the writer of that note was certainly obliging. Though the letter is unsigned, he at least gives us a clue to his identity.
Oh, what clue?
The phrase, get wise to yourself, is very un-English. It's American. Come on, old chap.
Well, where are we going now?
The envelope to this letter has the Kingsgate postmark on it. I should be surprised if that fount of all knowledge, the village postmistress, can't help us find an American visitor.
Yes, I know the young man you must be looking for, gentlemen. His name's Walter C. Bunker. He's been in here to send telegrams, and his accent's so strong you could cut it with a knife. It's just like one of the Red Indian fellows you read about, you know.
Can you tell me where he lives, madam?
That I can, sir. He's been rooming at Mrs. Bell's house, 15 Laburnum Grove, down behind the gas works.
15 Laburnum Grove, Mrs. Bell. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very much obliged to you. Mrs. Bell?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, we understand that Mr. Walter Bunker has been staying with you, madam.
Yes, he has. A nice young American gentleman.
Is he at home, may I ask?
No, sir. And I'm worried about him. This morning, when he goes out, he asks me where the nearest cemetery is.
Cemetery? Oh, gracious me. Huh?
I tell him, and then he gives a queer kind of laugh. I'm not sure I'll see you anymore, he says. And then he walks off, and I haven't seen him since. I tell you, I'm worried about him, gentlemen.
And where is the nearest cemetery, Mrs. Bell, the one you directed him to?
About 3 miles from here.
Mm-hmm.
Just this side of Branson Woods.
Thank you, madam. Come on, Watson. The cemetery seems deserted. The music comes from the church.
Oh, Lord, it's a funeral.
Or a wedding. Come on.
By Jove, it is a wedding, Holmes.
I'm afraid we're on the false trail, but we'd better make sure.
Quiet, gentlemen, please. The ceremony is just ending.
Just one question. Can you tell me the names of the couple who've just been married?
Miss Mary Victor from the inn, and the young American by the name of Bunker.
Thank you.
they have been following a false trail, confound it. The frightened young lady was merely frightened by her persistent American fiancé.
The threatening letter that he sent her.
Ambiguously worded, when you come to think of it. Anyway, we can cease to worry about Miss Victor. As she is now Mrs. Bunker, I think we can assume that she's out of all danger.
We've got to start all over again.
Oh, no, my dear fellow. The field is narrowing. We'll head back to the inn now, and I have a feeling that we're on the last lap of our strange adventure. Yes, here's another suspect eliminated. This telegram is from my brother Mycroft. I telegraphed him earlier on today to check on the movements of Basil Carter, the young man who left the inn so mysteriously in the early hours of this morning. His answer informs me that the gentleman in question was recalled to the Foreign Office suddenly and arrived quite safely a few hours ago.
Well, now I'm completely puzzled.
And I, old fellow, at last see daylight.
Wish I did, Mr. Holmes.
Sergeant, go upstairs and get the dead man's widow and bring her to my room, please. And then I think I can give you the solution to this problem.
What do you want with me, Mr. Holmes?
Just sit down, madam. You and Sergeant Blake make yourselves comfortable. Now, in the first place, the murder occurred this morning and not last night.
I know what you're hinting at. The Canaries. I admit I killed them. But you can't do anything to me for that.
Why did you kill those birds?
I hated them as much as my husband loved them. And when I knew he was dead, their singing drove me mad. And so I killed them.
But they must have been already dead when we told you of your husband's suicide.
True, Watson, but the lady was fully aware that her husband was dead when we informed her of the fact. You see, she murdered him.
You're talking rubbish.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. How could she have murdered him? We saw him shoot himself before our eyes.
Because when Wilson raised that revolver to his head, he was convinced that it contained blank cartridges. Unfortunately for him, his wife had deliberately replaced the blanks with live cartridges.
Oh, great heavens. Why? How?
Let me reconstruct the case for you. Wilson, with the connivance of his wife here, had contrived a disappearance plot. He knew that I had spotted his real identity, and so he planned this rather dramatic exit. Confessed to a non-existent murder, and then, well, had his plan materialized, he was to shoot himself with a blank. All from the pier, an apparent suicide.
What a fantastic scheme, but how did he plan to get away?
Well, he would have swum under the water, safe distance, and so made his escape.
Oh, his plan couldn't work possibly.
Oh, probably not, not. But at least it was ingenious. He would have destroyed his true identity and have had his revenge on me by making the search for a murder that had never been committed. Unfortunately for him, his wife was his accomplice and saw in the scheme an excellent way of killing her husband.
You think you're so very clever, Mr. Holmes, but even if it were true, how could you prove it?
Observe this revolver, Mrs. Wilson. It's the one your husband shot himself with.
What can you prove from that?
Ever hear of fingerprint tests?
I've heard of them. But that revolver's been underwater.
True, quite true. But thanks to the researches of my excellent friend, Dr. John Thorndyke, an infallible test has been discovered for recording fingerprints even after immersion in seawater. I applied the test to the prints on the revolver and the bullets and compared them with some that we found on the water glass in your room. They are the same, Mrs. Wilson. Now, does a man let his wife load his suicide weapon, Sergeant Blake? I think it's obvious that the time has come for you to take over the case.
All right, so I did change the bullets. I hated him. I'm glad he's dead. What's more, I'd do it again.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Sergeant Blake?
Well, now that I've taken Mrs. Wilson to the station and booked her on a murder charge, I wonder if you'd mind answering a question.
With pleasure.
This fingerprint test. I'd like to know about that. I never heard of being able to take prints after a revolver has been handled 2 or 3 times and soaked in salt water.
Yes, Holmes, and I'd like to know, when you performed the test and took the prints off the glass in her room, I thought that I was with you all the time.
You will, my dear fellow.
Well, then
I can give you the answer in one word. Bluff.
What?
There is no such test, my dear Watson. It would be almost impossible to expect clear prints after so much handling, and totally impossible after submersion. Fortunately for us, though, Mrs. Wilson was gullible enough to believe me and give me a confession.
And there's no such person as Dr. John Thorndyke?
Oh, yes, indeed there is. He had great success last year in the case of the red thumb mark.
You didn't tell me about that case, Holmes?
No, I didn't. It was deliberate, old chap. With your taste for writing sensational stories, I was afraid you might publish the affair.
Oh? Would it have mattered if I heard?
Oh, yes, it would.
Hmm?
You would have given away, what shall I say, professional secrets. You would have provided the public, and in particular the criminal public, with a complete education on fingerprints. And when that happens, my dear Watson, we shall have no tricks left. That will be a sad day for detectives.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge. Mr. Rathbone appears to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce to the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Smiling Gumshoe.
Rick.
Sign up for our new contest and win yourself a beautiful all-chrome, pre-tested, genuine electric chair.
Oh, lovely. What do I have to do?
Just tear off your scalp and send it along with 25 words or less why you love Richard Diamond.
I can do it in 2 words.
What are they?
You're pretty.
Oh, you win, you win. Where do you want the chair sent, madam?
975 Park Avenue, but I think I have AC current.
No problem with the Jiffy Toaster chair. It works on any current AC/DC. And we have it in 3 speeds, 45, 78, and long playing.
Oh, no. Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Hello, baby.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. What's with you?
Oh, I just thought I'd call and find out if I'm still going to see you tonight.
Yes, ma'am. We going to stay in?
Well, I thought I'd have Francis fix dinner and we could sit around and listen to records or something, but if you'd rather go out,
No, baby. I think that would be lovely. And so does my bank account.
Oh, broke again?
Not quite. A little bent. I hope the next client I get has a big fat trust fund.
Well, don't you worry about it. I'll see you around 8.
Okay. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Now, let's see. 6 shirts, 4 pairs of socks, and... Hey, how did that get in there? Well... Oh... Okay. Yeah?
Well, what's the matter with you?
You lost up my laundry.
What are you talking about? Today isn't Tuesday.
Okay, Walt, so it isn't Tuesday. Nothing's happening around this place. I felt like doing some washing.
Why don't you put it away and come on down here? I'll give you something to do.
What do you mean? You sound like you're surrounded by Sergeant Otis's relatives.
I got a big headache. I think maybe you can help me with it.
Trouble?
All over the place. You don't have to, but I'd like to, sort of kick it around with you.
Sure. I'll throw a few more things into soak and I'll be right down.
Oh, thanks, Rick.
Hey, it's really serious, isn't it?
Now, what makes you say that?
Look, Father, every time your ulcers hold a rally and you want me to come down and join in, you say, thanks, Rick, just like I'd laid an egg or something for you.
Oh, you think you're pretty smart, don't you?
Sure. If I listen to everybody who thinks I'm not, I'd wind up playing mumbly peg in a straitjacket. I'll be right over. Well, that's the way trouble can get in the way of an otherwise quiet afternoon. Walt doesn't usually call me like that, but when he does, I know things are bound to get pretty rough. I tossed all of my shirts into soak, closed up the office. 20 minutes later, I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. I spotted Sergeant Otis hopping around like a crapshooter on his 10th pass. Well, what's with you, Otis?
Oh,
don't bother me now, Shamus. I got to get these reports into the lieutenant.
Well, get you. What's the matter? Did you suddenly discover you were working for the police department?
Now, that's very funny. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, you got to laugh. Now beat it. The lieutenant expects you.
Well, all right. But for Pete's sake, Otis, stop acting like that and don't bust into the lieutenant's office like that. You swear you've been doped and start an investigation.
Shamus, someday I ain't even going to bother to answer you.
Sergeant, the day you don't open your mouth to say something stupid, the whole world will start singing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And when I think about it, why don't you start combing your hair?
What's the matter with it?
Looks like a mattress after the lions got through with it.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. Sit down.
Oh, maybe I should have worn black. That or a propeller on my hat. First I run into Otis, acting like he was shot out of a cannon. Then I waltz in here and you give me that big hello like you just discovered a body in your desk.
Lan Jacoby is back in town.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, but we got an indictment on him. Got him deported 6 years ago.
Look, Rick, there's no mistake. One of our stoolies brought us word.
Oh, but that's crazy. Jacoby knows the feds will pick him up in a second. How'd he get back in?
Who knows? Florida, maybe. Last we heard, he disappeared in Italy. And about 6 months later, we got a report he was seen in Cuba.
Oh, are you just going to take the stoolie's word for it? What else have you got?
I got 3 bodies to date, and they're all very dead.
Jacoby?
It's got to be.
Why?
Well, the first 2 are the guys that turned state's evidence and helped to put Jacoby away. You remember them, Ross and Kreisel. Jacoby swore he'd get him someday.
Who's the third?
The stoolie who gave us the tip. Walked out of the station, and somebody with a Thompson scattered them all over the front steps.
Right in front of the station?
Yeah, it'll be in the evening paper. The commissioner is very unhappy.
How about the feds? Are they working on him?
Up to their necks, but nobody can find out how he got in or where he might be hiding out. Oh, here's something else that makes us sure it's Jacoby. In this town, there are at least 5 of Jacoby's old mob. The minute this thing broke, we started to check. They've all disappeared.
You think they're organizing again? Oh, Walt, come on.
Rick,
now.
I don't know what to think. That's why I wanted you to come down. You're one of the guys who worked on the Jacoby case. You remember a lot about it.
Well, sure, but... Oh, now you can't tell me Jacoby is going to try to start operating again. It's a one-way pass to that little green room up at Sing Sing.
I know it, but you tell me. I don't know how to figure it.
You can't find anybody else who's seen Jacoby.
No, just the steward. He's going to make a swell witness.
Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
We just got a report on the teletype. Jacoby? Yeah. Florida reports the body of a man found out in the Biscayne Keys. They checked and found out he was a Cuban, a charter boat for fishing trips. And the immigration boys checked with the authorities in Cuba, and it turns out that this dead guy took a party of 2 out for a trip and never showed up again.
Wait a minute. You said a party of 2?
Yeah, a dame and a guy.
Well, what makes you think the guy with the dame was Jacoby?
Because the description fitted Jacoby exactly. And the feds say that Jacoby married a dame in Italy. And the dame that got on the boat fits the wife's description.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rick?
That's ridiculous.
Okay. We now agree on 2 things. Lan Jacoby is back in the States, and it's ridiculous. Will you give me a hand? I need somebody who really knew Jacoby.
Hey, Diamond, did you really know Jacoby?
Sure, Otis. We used to go out and shoot dumb police sergeants together.
Oh, hey, Lieutenant, why don't he ever give me a straight answer?
Because it wouldn't fit your crooked head. Now go out and dig up some more reports.
Oh, okay.
All right, Walt. Now let's say Jacoby's going to start operating again. He's made sure of one thing. Nobody who's seen him is alive enough to testify.
So?
So this. Hour 8 to 5, Jacoby's going to make a quick haul someplace and do 1 more killing.
You expect the killing?
I expect an attempt. He's gotten 2 of the guys who put him away. He's just got 1 more guy to tag.
He said he'd do it himself and with a knife. That means he's got to find you.
Yeah. The haul must be really important for him, the risk coming into the States. He probably needs money to keep going, so he'll pull off the job and then try to get me.
And he'll leave the country the same way he came in. Nobody can ever swear they saw him.
Except the 5 guys in his mob. I think he'll kill every one of them, too.
That's a lot of doing.
Jacoby's a lot of killer. Now, we've got to find out where at least one of those guys is. We'll find Jacoby and try and stop the slaughter.
Yeah, but you've got to watch your step, Rick. There's no telling when he's going to pull off the job and try to go to work on you.
Look, I'm not happy about it. I'm really the guy who's responsible for putting Jacoby away, and I know him pretty well. He's got a vendetta, Walt, and guys like Jacoby don't figure they're their brother's keeper. The score is 2 out of 3 with 1 to go. He'll try his best to kill me and even it up.
Well, where do you say we start?
I know. Oh, give me a list of the 5 guys you think of with Jacoby and all the information on them you got.
And it's right here.
All right. Put 2 of your best men on these 3 guys at the bottom of the list, and you and I will start with these 2 on top.
Okay, but I hope we find Jacoby in time.
Walt, so do I. The way he uses that knife, I'll have to have all my clothes made out of bandage. Walt assigned two of his best men to start checking on the three names at the bottom of the list, and we took off for Flatbush. Our first man was a hoodlum named George Vale, and one of his favorite hangouts was a pool hall on Church Avenue.
Snooker or straight pool?
We want to talk.
You want to talk? Go over to the park. Get yourself a box.
Oh, look, your wisecracks can only give you a hollow mouth. Show him the badge, Walt.
Oh, cops. Oh, well, what do you want?
You know a man named George Vale?
Nope.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute.
Look, I'm not going to fool around. The answers here will be a lot easier. We know Vale comes here a lot. If you don't want to tell us about him, the boys at the station have got time to help your memory along.
You can't haul me in. What's the charge?
Withholding police evidence. It can get you a couple of years.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, what?
Oh, wait a minute. I just want to be sure no one sees me talking to you. Okay. I don't know much. Vale ain't been in here for a couple of days.
Where does he live?
I don't know. I swear I don't, but I do know it's in the neighborhood. Sometimes I see him coming out of a little delicatessen across the street with a bundle of groceries.
Let's go, Walt.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Sporty. It's guys like you who make the police department such a happy little group.
So, good afternoon, gentlemen.
You own this place?
Yes, there's something wrong.
Does a man named George Vale come in here much?
Oh, something is wrong. I told Mama that George was on no good.
Then he does come in here.
You're a policeman, maybe.
Yes, we're policemen. Now, would you mind telling us, please, if whether...
Mama! Mama! Oh, she must be out and back. I want to show her. She liked this George fellow. He was always with the flattery. Now I want to show her what happens to that no good. Mama!
Please. We haven't got much time.
Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. You must excuse an old man. I'm so little excitement. So, now what can I do for you?
Do you know where George Vale lives?
Sure. I'm sending him over stuff lots of times. He's up 2 blocks, but he ain't there.
How do you know that?
Because his wife, she's coming in for the last couple of days. She said he was out of town on business.
He's got a wife?
Sure. A blonde. She's not bad looking. Well, you know.
Yeah. What is Vale's exact address?
Here, I'll write for you on a piece of paper.
What time you got, Rick?
2:30.
There are, gentlemen. I hope you catch him for whatever he's done that's no good.
We'll have to ask you not to mention this to anybody.
Not even to Mama.
Oh, okay, to Mama, but you tell Mama to keep it a secret.
Oh, a secret. Well, maybe I'm not telling you for a couple of days yet.
Come on, Walt.
We going down to see Vale's wife?
No, I got a better idea.
Well, don't you think she'd know where Vale is?
Maybe, but she's not going to tell us. But if we throw a scare into her, she might tell her husband something.
If she knows where he is.
Get Otis down here with a recording outfit. We'll wait until we see her leave the apartment and bug the place. No sense in tailing her. If Vale is with Jacoby, he wouldn't give her the address.
Maybe he didn't tell her anything. Maybe he just took off.
Well, that's a chance we got to take. Maybe he gave her a phone number where he could be reached. On the way down to the Vale address, put in a call at the precinct.
Right. KXKB to KQAR. I'm at the corner of Flatbush and Church. Have Sergeant Otis report to me on a code 3 and tell him to step on it.
Walt finished his report, and we both went over and talked to the landlady in Vale's building. She told us that Mrs. Vale was still in her room and gave us an accurate description. Also, she agreed to pull down her window shade when Mrs. Vale left the building so that there wouldn't be a chance of missing her. Then we went back to the car to wait. In about 15 minutes, Otis showed up carrying a small, portable recorder.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
All right. Get in the back seat.
We're going to wire somebody's apartment?
No. I just thought it might be fun to play cops and robbers. Now, relax. We might be here for quite a while.
Not so long, Walt. Look. There goes the landlady's signal.
Yeah. Mrs. Vale should be... There she comes.
Now, Otis, get set. We got to go up there and plant a bug before she comes back.
I'm set.
I got 4 cars at the intersections just in case she's got a car. If she walks, I got 4 men to tail her, depending on her direction.
She's crossing the street.
KXKB to KQAR. Cars 7, 9, 3, 14. Stand by. Rick, you notice, get up there with a bug.
Right. Come on, Otis.
Yeah. Right with you.
Attention. The suspect is turning into Church Avenue, heading for New Lot. In here, Otis.
Yeah.
is her room. The landlady said you'd unlock it for us as soon as Mrs. Vale left the building. Bingo. Go on in.
Okay.
Now, plant it just like you knew what you were doing, Sergeant. I'll take the box down in the basement where we can listen. Give me 5 minutes and then give me a quick test.
Well, how long have I got to set it up?
Who knows? Don't worry about it too much. If Mrs. Vale comes in, just tell her you're selling tape recorders.
Oh, she won't believe that.
Otis, with your face, you'll have to believe something as stupid as that. I dropped the wire out of the window and went out and down into the basement. It was a slipshod way of wiring a room, but we were in a hurry, and it would have to be enough. I set it up and waited for Otis to start cooking.
Okay, Diamond. I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
Hey, I think I hear somebody coming. I'm going out the window. I'll see you in the basement.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Gee, she nearly caught me. I come down the fire escape.
Well, come on in.
Yeah. Hey, how's it working?
All right. Listen.
Hey, she ain't got a bad voice.
You probably got me plugged in with Morton Downey.
What are we going to do? Just sit here and listen?
The lieutenant's going to give Mrs. Vale a scare, Otis. Then we're going to listen.
I don't get it.
That's Walt.
Who's there?
The police, Mrs. Vale.
Huh? Oh, well, wait just a minute.
Hey, it sounds pretty good, don't it?
Shut up, Otis.
Yeah?
I'm looking for your husband, Mrs. Vale.
He isn't here. He's out of town. What's wrong?
He's wanted.
For what?
Murder. Mind if I come in?
Got a warrant?
Okay, make it tough. Where's your husband?
I told you.
Well, we're out of town.
You didn't tell me.
Okay, I'll be back with a warrant.
Now we'll see if it works.
Oh, operator. Evergreen 33349, please. Yeah. Oh, George there? Oh, tell him Mary. Hello, honey. Oh, look, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, but this is one of those times. Yeah, a cop was just here. Yeah, a cop. Murdered. I don't know. No, I didn't let him in. Huh? Oh, I never thought of that. Okay, I won't call again. Bye, baby.
Okay, Otis. Stay here and keep this thing going. I got to get back to the lieutenant. Did it work? Yeah, like a dream. She called Evergreen 33349 and talked to George.
I'll check the number. You start driving north, so we'll be in the general exchange area. KXKB calling KQAR, code 600.
We headed across town while Walt put in the code to the precinct. In less time than it takes Sergeant Otis to say, oh, yeah, we had our address. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Another pool hall.
Yeah, guy must like the game.
Hope he's in.
Pretty crowded, I don't... Oh, yeah. There he is.
He sees us. He's going for the back door. Let's grab.
Right.
Hey, let me go.
All right.
Off me, Joe. You're busting my arm.
Just take it easy, Vale. All we want to do is talk to you. Come on, outside.
Okay.
Go on, Vale. In the car.
Shoving, I'm going.
Walt, hello.
Now, Rick.
Where did that shot come from?
Got Vale in the chest.
Yeah, across the street. Sit down. Yeah, look. Look, Vale, you're not going any place now. We know you're working for Jacoby, and we know he's close. The guy who just shot you is working for Jacoby, too. You're not going to cover up for a louse who just fingered you, are you?
Jacoby's looking for you, too, Timer. He's going to cut you up bad.
Where's the hideout, Vale?
I'm going to put in an 800 on this, Rick. I want this whole area surrounded.
Come on, Vale. Where's Jacoby?
455.
Vale. Oh, swell.
Repeat. Code 800 from Central Park West to 10th, from 59th Street to 64th Street, KXKC, now at Pool Hall, 9th Avenue, 60th Street. Okay, Rick, what's with Vale?
Yeah, nothing.
Dead?
Yeah. Gave me half of Jacoby's address, 455, and then made the trip.
455? Well, come on. There can't be too many 455s within walking distance.
What about Vale?
Yeah, I'll call him for the wagon.
Go ahead, I'll start checking apartment numbers.
Now, you wait a minute. You better take it easy. Jacoby would like nothing better than to have you go knocking on his front door.
If I know Jacoby, Walt, he's got the radio on, and he knows just what you're doing. Besides, that fingerman will tell him about Vale. Somebody's got to find him before he makes a break. He's done enough killing.
Well, if you do run into something, you wait for the boys.
Walt.
Yeah?
I took off and started checking addresses that began with 455. The first was Cold Turkey, nothing but a married couple who looked like they were in training for Madison Square Garden. I moved on. Somewhere in that neighborhood, Leon Jacoby was listening to his radio.
Car 3, code 800, 455 to 61st Street. Car 16, 17, and 18.
Shut it off, Jane.
But Leon,
Avenue,
they're
same
surrounding
code.
the whole area.
Shut it off.
All right. All right. I wish the boys would get back.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, who is it?
Eddie, boss.
Okay.
Boss, the cops.
Come in.
2 cars picked up Vale in the pool hall.
Oh, so that's what it's all about. That Vale will talk.
No, he won't.
What do you mean?
Well, I waited across the street. Got Vale when he came out with the 2 pigs.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, you did me a favor, Ed.
When I figured he didn't want anybody around that might squeal, you know, Vale, wife and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what else you did, Ed?
Well, no, what?
When you plugged Vale, you brought the whole New York police force right down on my neck.
Huh?
Yeah. So, I gotta return the favor.
Well, what do you mean? I just didn't think.
No, you didn't.
Leon, come on. We got to get out of here.
Will you shut up?
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's with you?
I got a present for you, Ed.
Huh?
Leon.
Oh, no, boss. Put that knife away.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, Leon. Oh, no. No.
What's the matter with you?
What did you do that for?
I'm in a tough spot. I go faster alone, baby.
Alone?
Yeah, baby.
You mean...
Yeah, that's right.
You'd leave me.
Look, I got no choice. You know how it is, kid. 1 might get through, but 2, no chance. Nothing to say, baby?
Yeah. Go on, get out.
Just like that, huh? Then what would happen to you? You might help the cops find me, huh? Tell me, aren't you a little scared?
No. Just sick. I've been sick since we got here. I wish I'd known what you were really like. I'd have laughed at you when you asked me to marry you.
Oh? Well, go on, baby. Laugh now. Maybe it'll help. Well, go on. Laugh your head off. Nothing funny? You're trying not to act scared. Jacoby don't scare you none, huh? No, I laugh. You're scared plenty because you think I might kill you. Well, say something. Don't just stand there. You're scared. You gotta be scared. Everybody's scared of Jacoby. You slapped Jacoby. Okay, baby. Nobody slapped Jacoby. Not you, not the cops, not anybody. Maybe you like to beg me not to kill you, huh? Yeah. Go ahead, go on, beg. Oh. Okay. I think about you when I'm back in Forenzy, baby. Arrivederci.
Jacoby, hold it.
What?
Stop, Jacoby.
Well, Jacoby had waited 6 years to get a crack at me, and it looked like he was going to finally get his chance. The alley was a dead end. I stopped and listened. The back of the alley was stacked with boxes, and along the sides, garbage cans. He could have been hiding anywhere along the line.
I'm coming in, Jacoby. You want to give it up or do you want to play? The block's surrounded.
Okay. I ain't got a gun.
Come on out.
All right. Only don't shoot, Diamond.
Walk over here.
Hey, you see, I ain't got a gun. Now, don't shoot, please.
Shut up, slob, and start walking out.
What do you got to act like that for, huh, Diamond?
Come on, Jacoby, move.
So, what do you cops got against me? What'd I do, huh?
Nothing, Jacoby. Not a thing. Start moving.
Well, why you gotta get so tough? Or maybe you're scared.
Scared to death. Now, if you don't hurry up and move, I'm going to shoot you full of holes. I'm so scared.
All right, Diamond, all right. I ain't got no gun, so you can push me around like that. What are you going to do to me, huh?
Why, not a thing. Haven't you heard? The city went out and bought you a yacht. They like the way you kill people, so they're going to give you the yacht and send you back to Italy. Now, walk out of that alley.
Okay.
Now, you dirt.
Over here, Walt. Over here.
He pulled his knife on you, huh?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd see it. Well, you're lucky you're dead.
Yeah, well, I expected it. There used to be an old saying 6 years ago. When Leon Jacoby wants you dead, he'll use a knife and you'll lose your head. Yeah, he should have remembered. I keep up on slogans.
That's an awful story.
Well, you wanted me to tell you about it.
But it's so terrible, and you're so lucky.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'll certainly know better next time.
Oh, I'll never make the same mistake again.
Oh, I should hope not. Imagine being in such a hurry you've forgotten to throw your socks in with all those lovely white shirts.
Plaid now, baby.
Did the color run that much?
Sweetheart, when I got back to the office, it looked like Picasso had been in my wash basin. My shirts are ruined.
Well, don't you fret. Mommy's going to buy little old Rick a whole new batch tomorrow.
Oh, no. Really, I couldn't. It's just against my principles to take anything from a woman.
It is, huh?
Definitely.
What's that song you're playing?
16 neck, 33 say what?
Oh, you idiot.
Oh, I was bad. I dropped a real hint.
Well, I'll drop a little hint, too. Very subtly, of course. Sing.
Oh, baby, you're the subtlest. Climb aboard a butterfly and take off on the breeze. Let your worries flutter by and do the things you please. In the land where dollar bills are falling off the trees. On a dreamer's holiday. Every day for breakfast there's a dish of scrambled stars. And for luncheon, you'll be munching rainbow candy bars. You'll be living a la mode on Jupiter or Mars on a dreamer's holiday. Make it a long vacation. Time there is plenty of. You need no reservation. Just bring along the one that you love. Help yourself to happiness and sprinkle it with mirth. Close your eyes and concentrate and dream for all you're worth. You will feel terrific when you get back down to earth. From a dreamer's holiday. How was that, honey? Huh?
Davy, you're the craziest.
What? Now, where did you pick up that expression?
Oh, I get around now and then. I know a couple of musicians.
Oh, I bet they all play lead kazoo.
Come here.
What do you want?
Want to lay one on you.
What? Oh.
What'd you think of that, Pops?
You want the honest truth?
Uh-huh.
Solid.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, David Ellis, Gene Tate, Edmund McDonald, and Charles McGraw. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Sunday evening means stellar listening on NBC. Tomorrow, be sure to hear the American theater's foremost acting couple, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, in the whimsical comedy The Great Adventure on the Theater Guild on the Air. And for another great adventure in comedy tomorrow, remember to hear the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Great entertainment Sundays on NBC. Next, it's Death in the Rain with Maureen O'Hara on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wildroot Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin, and new Wildroot Liquid Cream Shampoo.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
It's me, sweetheart. You've heard of pulling a rabbit out of a hat?
Yes?
Well, I pulled one out of a pickle.
What happened, Sam?
What happened, she asked. Well, goodbye.
Oh, don't go, Sam. Don't you feel like talking about it?
Frankly, no, but it's expected of me. Sharpen a carrot, throw me some rabbit punch, get the hutch ready, for I'm about to hippity-hop through the door with the lowdown on the Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wildroot Cream Oil for the hair. Say, Mother, if you got a special thrill out of buying things the whole family can use, then stop at your drug or toilet goods counter for a big family-sized bottle or tube of Wildroot Cream Oil, America's favorite family hair tonic. Dad, Junior, Sis, yes, and you yourself, Mom, will find Wildroot Cream Oil ideal for grooming the hair neatly and naturally, for relieving dryness and removing loose dandruff. So, Mom, ask for it tonight or tomorrow for sure. Wildroot Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wildroot brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
What's the meaning of this?
Of what?
My desk and my chair shoved over to one side of the office.
To make room for the other desk and the bookcase.
There'll be no other desk and no bookcase and no anything else.
But, Sam, I thought you...
Don't say it. Don't even think about that, man. You understand? It's deliciously silent in here, don't you think, Eth?
Sam, weren't you and he supposed to go...
Stop! Effie, would you like to have your mouth dry cleaned?
No, Sam. I'm sorry.
I spoke harshly, forgive me, but the past hours have taken their toll on my nerves. Perhaps I should unburden myself. We'd all feel better.
All right, Sam. Unburden yourself.
I'm still in command here. To Mrs. Wellington Van Cleve Montague, Nob Hill, where else? City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. What else? Subject, the Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail caper, or how Fritz Crockett saved the day. My dear, dear Mrs. Montague. It all began Thursday afternoon when I entered my office and discovered a tall, wiry young man sitting in my chair with his feet up on my desk and sampling my office bottle.
Hi.
The pose was so familiar for a minute I thought it was me.
Hello, Sam. I'll be with you in a minute. Have a seat.
Thanks, I think I will. The one you're sitting in. You see, the detective sits in that seat and the clients sit over there.
Well, that qualifies me for this seat, then. I'm a detective.
I see. Well, the detective we like in this office is Sam Spade, see? He pays the rent, he hires the secretary, he earns the money, and he sits behind his desk. Now, on your feet.
Okay. But with two detectives around here and only one detective's chair, it's going to get a little crowded.
Mind if I have a drink? Out of my glass?
Oh, sure. Here. You know, we'd better make a note to get another glass, too. And some scotch. I don't care much for that bourbon.
No self-respecting detective drinks scotch.
And put this down. We'll need another desk and new paint job on these walls.
Oh?
I think something bright. Robin's egg blue, maybe. Soothes the nervous clients. And a bookshelf. You got that, Epi, dear? Or am I going too fast?
Down, Pip. Desk, paint, bookshelf, scotch.
That too, Effie?
She's a doll.
Wait a minute, that's my line.
After I work with you a while, Sam, you'll appreciate me.
So long.
I'm great.
Bye.
You need me.
Why?
Because we'd be an unbeatable team with high talent and your luck we couldn't miss.
Luck?
Ever hear of Fritz Crockett?
Chicago Fritz Crockett?
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Oh, Sam.
Look, you're making a mark in your hometown. Now, why do you want to work for me in San Francisco?
I lost my license in Chicago. Got caught on the hot side of a political battle. Worked for the losers, and the winners framed me for my license.
Oh, gee, tough kid.
I can't get a license in any state until I clear that mess up. And so I have to work under somebody else's.
Serious, but why me?
Because I've kept my eye on you, Sam. I like the way you're developing. I think you could work well with me.
Gee, thanks. Well, your application's received. Now, give me a couple of years to think it over.
What's the matter, Sam? Afraid I might cut your reputation in town?
You found me out. But anyway, bye.
Chicken, huh? Look, you want to compare scrapbook sometime? A really good detective's got to be an actor. I play any style. Listen, we're following a Russian countess to recover Gorky's original manuscript of the lower depths. I meet her in the lobby of the St. Mark, disguised as an itinerant caviar salesman. Countess Natasha Bishakov. Oh, here in San Francisco, my dear. How long has it been? 8 years, 12 years. Have you forgotten little Andrea so soon?
Andrea, sorry, no casting today.
Well, look, you gotta be an actor, Sam. Look, we're dealing a mortal blow to the gun-running career of Don Jose Ortega Sanchez, the notorious bandit king. Don Jose, you have run your last peace-loving border countries. I am powerless to prevent your execution. Die like the proud Spaniard you are. Cigarette?
Fritz, for heaven's sake.
I help you, Sam. Look, you've been captured by a mutinous crew off an English tramp steamer, and I burst through the door. Get your bloomin' bloody hands off that man.
This one I can do myself. Off a mode, Tigger. I don't know exactly why I sat there listening to the guy, but I did. He was a sort of a one-man theater guild. He ran through 28 dialects, played a scene in which James Mason and Montgomery Clift were trapped by an Armenian rug merchant and was saved by the voice of Gabriel Heater on the radio. Then he played all four of the Marx Brothers arguing with the Andrews sisters. Then, after the intermission, he told me a little bit about himself, regaling me with spine-tingling accounts of his Frank Merriwell-type achievements on the football field, in professional boxing, and hockey. It was pretty thrilling stuff, but nonetheless, I was about to usher him out when he came up with a particularly good bit of dialogue.
I have a job for us.
Yeah, well, so... John, where?
Yesterday, Sam, I met an old friend from Chicago. She remembered me from an important cocktail party. Saved it for her, the party. Everyone was absolutely dreary until I became de rigueur with a brace of amusing anecdotes.
The job, Fritz, the job.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, she wants us to guard a valuable hunk of jewelry at a party tonight on Nob Hill.
What's the money?
$100 apiece, plus mingling with nautch dancers and all the caviar we can eat.
Well, that was better than I expected. In fact,
now, here's what I want you to do.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this here's what I want you to do? This is the Sam Spade Detective Agency, named so because Sam Spade is the man who gives the orders around here. Now, what do you want me to do?
Well, this is a costume party, and we have to wear costumes. It's in the deal.
Good. I'll break your leg, and you can go as the man who came to dinner.
Sam, I already have the costumes.
What?
Right here.
Crockett, what would you have done if I didn't go with you?
The thought never entered my head, Sam.
What are the costumes?
Sam, 100 clams apiece is a lot of dough, isn't it?
Agreed.
You are about to confront the reason we are being paid so much.
What is that?
Your costume. You are to go as a rabbit, a white rabbit. Here's the suit. Oh, and here's the head. Notice the shocking pink ears.
No, the deal's off. It's been swell, Fritz.
Now, wait a minute. I am also going as a rabbit. See? You will go as Flopsy, and I will go as Mopsy.
I will not go anywhere dressed in that ridiculous outfit.
$100, Sam.
I will... Well...
Sam, let's talk this over. Now, look, I will talk to you as a businessman might talk to you. Now, Mr. Spade, you take your ordinary type detective, and you've got it pretty solid.
We talked and talked, and around 8 o'clock that night I found myself still talking and walking up the steps of your Nob Hill mansion, Mrs. Montague, cleverly disguised as Flopsy the rabbit, paw in paw with Mopsy Crockett. My headpiece covered everything but my eyes, nose, and mouth, and I was grateful for that. When I passed the doorman, I was tempted to say, what's up, Doc? But Fritz said it ahead of me. He walked in as if this were his personal hutch. And you, Mrs. Montague, cruised over to us.
Here, my little bunny twins, aren't you both just darling?
Yeah.
Which one of you is Mr. Spade?
Well, I'm Mr. Crockett, Mrs. Montague. Mopsy. You remember me from the Nesbit soiree, Ronnie and Benita, or maybe it was Gypsy introduced us, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, yes. Oh, and Flopsy here must be Mr. Spade. I've always wanted to meet him.
Thank you, Mrs. Montague. I am the straight man.
How do you like my costume?
Well,
there's not another one like it in town. I'm the only wooden imp in San Francisco.
The trees will swoon. They will.
Oh, you...
Mrs. Montague, perhaps you're disposed to outline our job.
Well, of course, Mr. Crockett. Myself, Mrs. Arlington Crippen McGill, and the famous Spanish artist Julio Doriego are going to trick the woman with the most fascinating costume.
Search no farther. It could be no one but you.
Flatterer! I'm not eligible.
Oh.
Then, at 10 o'clock, we will have the grand parade. The winner will lead the parade wearing a small jewel-studded crown. Oh, darling. Diamonds and emeralds and all sorts of amusing things. Well, this crown once belonged to Josephine of France. Imagine.
Mrs. Montague, I hate to be an old killjoy, but are we here to guard the crown?
That's right, Flopsy. I mean Mr. Spade.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, of course, I don't expect any trouble, but it's so valuable. I can't take any chances. My husband picked it up in Iran. He's in pickles, you know.
Well, you know best.
Where is the crown now, Mrs. Montague?
Oh, in the wall safe in the master bedroom on the second floor. Here's the combination to the safe written down.
I'd rather not have the combination, if you don't mind, until it's time to get the crown.
Oh, now don't you be silly, Mr. Spade. Except for the crown, there's only $50,000 or $60,000 in the safe.
Oh, well, if that's all.
Now, the safe is behind the Degas original. Now, until I need you, go and enjoy yourself.
Well, we'll go.
Maybe I'll even let you dance with little me.
Fritz and I had synchronized our watches and decided that until we were needed, we would lose ourselves in the crowd and keep our big rabbit ears open. Everybody was masked and loaded, and it was all very gay. I brushed elbows with pirates, Northwest Mounted Police, unmounted, a gorilla, an Arabian princess, 4 Pocahontas, and a sort of historical characters from Julius Caesar to Mike Romanoff. While I was dipping a carrot into the punch bowl, a girl made her way over to me. I knew it was a girl immediately. You could tell. I tagged her as a burlesque queen, but she didn't talk much like it.
Are you an he-bunny or a she-bunny?
I'm a he-bunny.
Would you like to dance with me?
I'd be delighted.
Who are you?
I'm not supposed to tell until the mask come off. For now, just call me Flopsy.
Flopsy? How cute. You Americans have the cutest ideas.
Yes. Speaking of ideas, what do you represent?
Oh, I am a Folie Bergère dancer. Do you like me?
From where I stand, it would be next to impossible to dislike you.
Such a sweet compliment.
Believe me, it was easy. Tell me, have you been in this country long?
A few weeks. My family has sent me on a tour of America.
I see.
I am here as a guest of Monsieur Montague. Now tell me, you are a detective, are you not?
As much as I regretted doing it, I hastily detached myself from Miss Foley's Bergère of 1949. How she knew I was a detective puzzled me. I saw Crockett talking with a paunchy red devil and a middle-aged Christopher Columbus and stopped by. They were big businessmen, obviously, and so was he.
Well, now, you think your ordinary horse paper breezy, double duty poison.
It was impossible to interrupt him, so I moved on. Finally, I sat down to rest in a dim corner of the library, and I no sooner did than a large green pickle with 2 bandy legs sticking out of it sat down beside me.
Want to buy the pickle?
No, thanks. No.
Go ahead, it's free.
I only eat carrots. Thank you, just the same.
I suppose you know who I am?
As a matter of fact, I don't know.
Well, I shouldn't tell you, but I'm lonesome for somebody to talk to.
Yeah,
my wife's dancing with another man. Sometimes I think she only likes me for my money.
I find that hard to believe.
I have millions, you know, just millions. I'm Horace Montague, the Pickle King. I've sold more pickles than any living man.
Congratulations.
You like my costume?
Never smelled anything like it.
I came this time as just an ordinary new pickle. Sometimes I come as a dill, sometimes I come as a gherkin.
Oh, jolly.
Once I came as a sweet-sour mixture, and I got very confused.
Well, that's up to you.
I guess all I really have is my money, but I get tired of being so rich. It was fun in the early days. I was a pioneer, you know.
You started, I suppose, with just a wart.
Yes, that's very funny.
Funny. Yes, well, keep laughing, Horace. I have to be running along.
Thank you for talking to me.
I was beginning to feel like an extra in Alice in Wonderland and headed back for the solace of the punch bowl. I saw Mopsy Crockett standing with a Foley's Bergère dancer and went over to him, but he suddenly turned and hopped away faster than I could hop after him. Why the coyness, I couldn't understand. When I finally caught up with him, 10 minutes later, he was waltzing with Anne of Austria, who was hanging on his every word, and that was a lot of hanging.
Darling, until you tasted my Lebkuchen, you had the spirit of Goethe, Schiller, Heine, all baked in one Kuchen.
Mind if I cut in?
If you know.
I mean with the other rabbit. Come along, Mopsy.
Excuse me, darling. I come later back. Hello, Sam. What do you hear from the mom?
The idea of avoiding me.
Me? Avoid you? I don't know what you mean.
Crockett, don't you remember just 10 minutes ago my chasing you all over the floor?
So help me, I don't.
Oh, there you are, my little bunny.
Yeah, here we are, Mrs. Montague.
All right, you can give me the crown now. I'm almost ready to announce the winner of the costume contest.
We haven't taken it out yet, Mrs. Montague.
You haven't? Well, you just said you were going to get it.
I didn't. Did you, Fritz?
Not I, Flopsy.
Now, Bunny, stop playing jokes. One of you came up to me a couple of minutes ago and said you lost the combinations of the safe, so I gave it to you again. You said you were going to get the crown. Now, where is it?
I don't know, but let's find it. When we arrived in the master bedroom, the worst had happened. The Degas original was down off the wall. The safe had been opened. Believe it or not, the $50,000 or $60,000 habitually kept in it wasn't even touched. But you, Mrs. Montague, weren't worried about the cash.
Oh, it's not there. The Josephine crown is gone. Oh, this is frightful. What will Horace say?
We're sorry, Mrs. Montague.
Sorry, you were supposed to guard it. It's your fault. Maybe you stole it yourself.
Mrs. Montague, we did nothing at the
I
time.
distinctly remember saying you were going to get it, and I did give you the combination again. I know. Oh, it's Horace. Horace, what happened, hubby dear?
I was walking down the hall, and a bunny came running out. Dragged me into a room, made me take off my pickle.
Oh.
He hit me on the head with something, and he took off his bunny suit, jumped right into my pickle, and ran off. Oh, my head.
Crockett and I dashed down the hall to the room the Pickle King had abdicated. On the floor was the limp, unfilled costume of A. Rabbit. The Montague's party not only had a Flopsy and a Mopsy, but it also had a thieving Cottontail.
Makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and a handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now back to the Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I left Fritz Crockett and you, Mrs. M, attending to Horace in your master bedroom and pounded down the stairs, through the guests, and out the front door. I was standing there wondering where to pick up the tracks of a rabbit-turned-pickle when I saw the Foley's Bergère dancer come running out of the Montague mansion through a side entrance and enter a taxi. I jumped into another cab and followed her, divesting myself of my Flopsy costume en route. She went almost to the west end of O'Farrell Street and entered a shabby gray apartment house. I followed. I knocked on every door until I found hers.
Yes?
It's me, the he-bunny, Flopsy, remember?
Why did you follow me here?
Voila, because you're so beautiful. May I come in?
No.
Thanks.
I said no. Did you not hear me?
Yes, but have no fears. I'm bonded. How did you know there was a detective's heart beating under my rabbit suit?
I am not going to answer. You have no right to come in here.
Come on, huh?
I think I overheard somebody say it. Now, if that is all you wanted to know, please go.
Why did you leave the party early?
Because it bored me. I thought America was not a police state. Why am I being questioned?
Because somebody stole the Josephine crown that belonged to Mrs. Montague, you see.
I heard that it was stolen, and I am delighted, but I did not steal it.
What's your name?
Charmaine Roger, and what is yours?
Sam Spade. Why are you so happy that the crown was stolen?
Because it does not belong in the ugly home of a rich American party giver.
Oh?
A childish woman who thinks only of her social position and her money.
Where does it belong?
In France, where it was made and where it was appreciated.
I see. How much is it worth?
In money, almost 50 million francs. In sentiment, more than one can say. Now, will you leave me alone?
You're saying that the crown means more to a Frenchman than money,
How would you like it if your Abraham Lincoln's death was being used by some French businessmen to serve cocktails over?
I get the point.
I tell you again, I do not know what happened to the Josephine crown tonight. Do you believe me?
I did, but only because when she left the party, she wore only her costume, and that costume wouldn't have hidden, well, she couldn't have had it on her. I went a block up the street, picked up a cab, and sat in it until she came out 5 minutes later. She was now in street clothes and carrying an overnight case. She drove to Castle Street, and I followed. She went into a restaurant called La Parisienne. I waited a discreet moment, then went in. She was nowhere to be seen. But a tall, lean, black-haired individual approached me with a menu in his hand.
Good evening, monsieur. I regret to say that we are just closed.
I'm not interested in meeting you. Where's the girl who just came in?
Girl? In here?
Don't dummy on me. She walked right in here 30 seconds ago. Brown hair, red coat. Charmaine Roger by name.
You have made some mistake. You can see there was no one here.
I have made no mistake. Now come clean, will you?
Monsieur, contain yourself, please. Let me go. No girl came in, but if one did, there is no place to hide but the kitchen.
All right, then show me the kitchen.
Monsieur Bonneau. Monsieur.
Oh, my. Spade. Well, it didn't take you long to get here, Mr. Montague.
Well, Don't move, Mr. Spade. I have a knife at your neck.
Yes, I feel it.
Shall I take care of him, Monsieur Montague? No, Bonneau. Put down your knife.
Thanks.
Mr. Spade and I will sit down at the table and talk quietly. You can go. As you say, monsieur. But I will keep out an eye.
Let's keep an eye out.
Sit down, please. Spade, while you're here, I have a personal matter to take up with you.
About the Josephine crown?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry to report that as yet I haven't found it.
Good. I'd be happy if you never found it.
Oh? Does Mrs. Montague know you feel this way?
No, and I'd be equally happy if she didn't know.
In other words, you want me to stop looking for it?
That's the idea. Oh, you could make a pretense of trying to find it, but no more.
That's interesting.
I'll pay you a good fee if you do this for me.
Why don't you want it found, Mr. Montague?
Well, I'll talk to you man to man.
Please do.
A French girl showed up in town.
Charmaine Roger?
Well, have you seen her?
Quite a bit of her. At the party.
Well, she's young and beautiful, and to the point I was indiscreet.
I see.
She turned out to be more designing than I realized.
A blackmail?
Of a sort. She didn't want just money. She wanted the Josephine crown.
And you let them steal it?
Well, I told them I'd get them into the party, furnish them a car, and the rest is up to them.
Why didn't you just give them the crown?
Well, I couldn't. My wife values it too much. It's her prized possession. She even wears it around the house when just the two of us are there.
Oh, that's cute.
Now, will you forget about this, Spade?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Montague. I'm hired out to your wife, who asked me to guard it. I did a bad job, so it's up to me to get it back, you see.
No, Spade, I can't afford a scandal with that girl.
Well, you'll have to work that out for yourself.
Very well. I'm sorry.
I must admit, Mrs. Montague, I underestimated your husband, for at that point he produced a gun out of thin air and very professionally relieved me of mine. He called the proprietor, Bonneau, who appeared with Charmaine Roger. They held an immediate kangaroo court. Sentence was about to be pronounced when the front door burst open, and in swept a tall character in black beret and cape and sporting a handlebar mustache.
Aha!
Prominently pinned on his cape were a brace of French war medals, including the Croix de Guerre and so on. His entrance held everybody bug-eyed, including me. Keep your mouth shut, Spade.
Ah, what a joyous, charming gathering have we here. Oh, the glow of warm friendship fills the room like a cottage fireplace in Alsace-Lorraine. Ah, no, it cannot be. Can I believe these weary eyes of mine? Is it not truly my intime ami, Monsieur Montague? I kiss you on both cheeks in happiness.
Who is it? I don't seem to remember.
Oh, what? You have not so soon forgotten me. We met at the legation in 38. Oh, those years. Do you not recall the nights in Montmartre and the days in Montmartre? Oh, my goodness. Parbleu.
When he bent over to kiss Montague again, his mustache fell off. As usual, Crockett had overplayed. And before he could straighten up, Bonneau hit him in the back of the head, and he fell flat on his face, out cold. That was my cue to go into action. I turned over the table, wrestled with Horace and Bonneau, while Charmaine was striking at me with the heel of a shoe. I got to the gun first, and everything came to a sudden lull. At that point, Fritz Crockett came too.
Oh, mes amis, where did the sudden darkness come from?
Yeah, well, you can drop the dialect, Crockett. Oh. I wish I had a picture of you there on the floor for your scrapbook.
Oh, it was in the act, Sam, all in the act.
Yeah, well, you think you're well enough to hold this gun while I make a search?
Oh, leave it to me, Sam. Everything will be under control. Now, stand back, everybody. I'm in charge here. The U.S. government is not entirely without influence in Washington.
The Josephine Crown hidden in the baking oven and called the police. I was afraid the incident struck a blow at Franco-American relations until a search of Charmaine Rouget and Bonneau produced 2 tickets not to Paris or Pointe French, but to Rio de Janeiro. And you know the rest, Mrs. Montague. Your husband went home and you forgave him. He made a superb gesture and contributed to international harmony by returning the Josephine Crown to the French Historical Society. And when you asked who might be the man to guard the crown safely back to La Belle France, I was overjoyed to be in a position to recommend to you Fritz Crockett. I hope he marries Soubrette and stays over there. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam. Isn't that Fritz Crockett an exciting man?
Don't let's talk any more about him. Let him get his own program. The first person in this office to mention his name again is a rotten egg. Now go type that up.
Don't buy a different brand of hair tonic for every member of your family. Get the one kind they all like. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Get a bottle or tube tonight. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Oh, thanks, Sonny.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Oh, it's for you, Sam.
Hello.
It's me, Sam. Fritz.
Oh, no.
I'm at the airport. I just wanted to tell you I'll be out of town for a while. Won't be using the office, so just take the whole thing over.
Well, that's very generous of you.
And you can use Effie if you need her for anything.
Well, I'll never be able to repay you.
Oh, that's all right. You did a pretty good job on the caper today.
Thanks.
I was just talking with Mrs. Montague, and I told her, I said...
I'm looking over. I've had enough of him for one day. Come here. Tonight you'll have to be satisfied with my one arm.
Oh, that's good enough for me. Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Good night, Fritz.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigank. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you transcribed by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It's
keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.